Welcome to the Nomad Network, your first stop for complete and comprehensive Chicago Bears football coverage. Dive deep into analyses, updates, and all things Bears. Subscribe to our YouTube channel today and never miss a beat. Thank you in advance for your support. We promise to bring you the best because together we're unstoppable. Go Bears.
Yo, no maniacs. Welcome into this special Wednesday night of some extra sauce where we're going to cover a whole lot of ground for you all like we do every single Wednesday night of every single week. And it's going to be a good show, man. I say that every week because every week it is a good show. Do a lot of work, put a lot of work into it. We're going to cover the topics that we need to cover. But more importantly, when we get to the Doomsday Survival part of it, that's going to be very comprehensive and we're going to need feedback. I think that Kids and Triple R, I think we'll all blend together here. It's going to be a great conversation. It's just very informative. I was really thinking about a couple of things this week. Something that Kids told me on the last show. We'll get to that part of the show when we get there. I was thinking about that tough this week. And also what we were talking about on Doomsday Survival last week. And I thought it was very important that we did that segment of the show and covered all the bases that we covered, but decided to go backwards this week and kind of go back over some stuff that we covered before, just to make sure, I want to make it clear to everybody that if you ever thought that prepping was crazy on any level, maybe you were right during some point in your life when you thought it was crazy. But right now, you are absolutely the insane one for not checking some boxes. I'm telling you that right now because it's looking very iffy. And it's going to get more and more of that as we move forward. But we'll get to that part of the show when we get to it. Again, welcome in, you guys. Just talk. You know what? Let me pass the rock to the Canuck, man. We'll get to, the human part of it when we get to it. But how you doing, bro? You muted like an MF.
As usual. It's Wednesday, man. Welcome in to Extra Sauce, all y'all. Big shout outs to my boy the Naj who's enjoying the launch. You know what, Naj? You're a good man because you posted up and I kind of caught it earlier on, and a couple of my boys were talking about the launch. Are we gonna watch it and whatever? Man, what the hell are they doing? I'm so confused. You know what I mean? Like they're sending shit out into outer space. Meanwhile, we got a war going on. Like, can we not just focus? Just focus on the shit that's going on. We got all kinds of weird, funky stuff going on the planet Earth, and I think we should deal with some of that. And but hey, let's shoot rockets into space and see what happens. I don't know.
Well, I think that's a different department, and this had been planned long before this surprise war.
I'm just saying, if departments or no department, I think man. Like I would be looking at budgets right now and being like, yeah, we can't afford jet fuel to the moon right now.
Can't afford jet
fuel.
It's
me. It's just me. Oh, snap.
Because they get all of our tax dollars.
Oh, that's right. They have all our money. That's how this works.
Shit. You know what I'm saying? That's how that works.
Oh, that's how it works. Okay.
Mm-hmm. They get plenty money.
They can spend all our money to send rockets to the moon
and blow shit up.
And blow shit up at the same time. Damn.
And also they have free health at the
grocery store again.
They also have free health care while other people in this country are struggling.
Who's they?
Them.
Y'all talking about the day I'm thinking of is
I'm talking about your government right now. So like y'all ain't got no health care. So
our government is headed in the Middle East, obviously.
Oh okay.
We don't know what's going on. We don't know what the hell's going on. So
we got healthcare over here, so I'll give you that. Welcome to the the North American the socialist experiment in Canada, live and direct. But in any event, I don't know, man. I was just thrown for a loop with this whole launch thing. It caught me out of left field. I was trying to take a damn nap, and I didn't see that one coming. And here we go. We are in space again, and like I don't, man, like the so unnecessary. Like what are we doing here? There's no, y'all can't figure out what's going on the ground or in the sea for that matter. Like nobody knows what's happening in the sea. Go check out what's cracking in space. It blows my mind, bro.
Hey, I saw the launch thing and it's like, what? Oh, they sent some more shit in space. Ah, cool. It's like then hadn't thought about it again until y'all brought it up. Because that's something that's like I said, above my pay grade, or I ain't even in that grade whatsoever. And whatever they find, maybe they'll tell us, maybe they won't. So it's like, cool, whatever. I got shit to do.
Squirrels kind of nailed something there. So like just getting into like just touching on some of the stuff we were talking about last week. If we wanted as a North American society to maybe sidestep the whole oil thing and move towards an electric situation, you could take some money and dedicate it to the infrastructure and building that out. Except let's shoot that into outer space. Let's shoot the money into space.
Kids. Hold on, kids.
Sorry.
I do you one further, kids. $1 billion. That's a lot of money, right?
It's way more money than I'll ever see.
Well, but thing is, there was a project for renewable energy. I believe it was a wind farm off the shore that was owned by a French company, and it was set up to do what you're speaking of and utilize renewable sources, to alleviate some of the pressure on the power grid and all that other related stuff, but our current administration is a fan of, let's say, dirty, fuels, the coals, the oils, and the renewable things are like, fantasy, bad words to them. So instead of completing this project for renewable, they decided to pay this French company $1 billion with a B to fuck off and not do any projects.
No, he ain't kidding you. I wish the fuck he was.
That's hilarious. Like I just want to before we get into the show. You know what I mean? Like we kind of do things very specific. I just want to give him a huge middle finger to the elites out there. Like y'all so short-sighted though. You guys own everything as it stands today. The fact is, like, you would own the electric infrastructure too because you own everything. And I'm talking like, let's just say Ford Motor Company, as for instance. They have a major foothold on North American automotive. There's a lot of money there. And because of that, there's a lot of money in the oil patch as well. So that goes hand in hand. End of the day, you guys would own the electricity. Like you would own EVs. I don't understand. Just own it then. You know what I mean? I'm not. It's not. I can't.
There you go, thinking logically, kid. Stop it.
I'm sorry, man. I don't like.
What are you gonna do with logic?
Greed is crazy. Like the level of greed is crazy, bro.
What are you gonna do with logic in this world?
I don't know, man.
When is too much enough?
I watch way too much Star Trek, man. Spock got to me, bro. I'm just saying, Spock got to me.
Yeah,
this is much illogical.
I'll tell you something, man. The funny thing about fate is all trips just got through telling you, and the surprises you were at as surprised as I was at when I found out about that story. Funny, fate would have it be extremely hilarious because we're getting kicked out of the Middle East at the same goddamn time. We're being just completely we won't have a footprint in the Middle East where all of that shit comes from in the first place. I mean, that would have been a great idea if you planned on having a strong footprint in the Middle East for the next 80 to 100 years, but you're being completely kicked out of there now. When this is all said and done, we're going to get right back to that what we just paid a guy to get out of here for. We're going to go right back there. We have no other choice. There's a new big dog in town, and his name is Iran.
Well, I wouldn't even say that. It's just short. It's just short-sighted. If you're really smelling what I'm cooking right now, it's just short-sighted. This plan to do what they're doing has been in place for like
decades.
I got wind of this in about 1997. So like it was well before I was born. You know what I mean? That they've been sort of pushing towards doing this thing. But the facts is they couldn't harness solar power in the way that they can today. Electricity wasn't quite as ubiquitous as it could be just in scope. Like one of the inventions that I've seen over the course of the last 20 years is it was real cool. And I think these folks are Canadian. I think they are, but it's just like a panel that you would put on a road, and cars would drive over top of it. And what this panel basically does is, like, one of the things that it does a whole bunch of really cool things. But one of the things that it does is it would like pull the electricity from an EV, share it panel on panel, and extend it out across the infrastructure, as well as push it back to the car. So charge your car, pull from the car, and extend that across the infrastructure. And you would just connect these things to each, like
bumper cars upside down,
brother, like bumper cars. Or like another way to explain it would be like, like a race car track, an electric race car track. Exactly. So that's kind of how this thing would work. And then on top of it, it's got like lights and, directions and all sorts of real cool stuff built into these panels.
Yeah, the LED illuminations.
You got all that baked in, but most importantly, it would extend the grid and recharge the grid. These people been trying to sell this thing for about, it's 1997. You know what I mean? They've been trying to sell it since about 1997, and everybody's like, "Oh no, like we can't have that. Like that's not a smart idea."
Well, I mean, but you're talking to the same country about the same country that we can't get our shit together for high-speed rail when the rest of the world is like been there, done that, or been there doing that. And we can't seem to figure it out whatsoever.
The funny thing about all of it, and just so we can keep moving the conversation just a little bit, man. Funny thing about it all is, I know I'm a history kind of person and a current events kind of person at the same time. I like to read. You know what I mean? I'm not one of these people that if this generation that's out here now. Man, if it ain't full of emojis and shit like that, they ain't reading that shit. And if it ain't on a fucking 10, 15 second reel, they ain't trying to learn about it. I actually pick up shit and read. I've been doing it for a long time. I'll read a loaf of bread. It doesn't matter. But putting it all together, I know for a fact that for about at least 30, 35 years, administration after administration has tried to get to more renewable energy sources and get away from the fossil fuels. But when you got evil people who are steeped in the fossil fuels, extremely dirty fossil fuels, and that shit's all over the world and not really in your backyard, whether it be in the Middle East, whether it be in Africa, or wherever it is, South America, they're just trying to get a footprint there so that they can just hoard money. That's what a billionaire is. He's a resource hoarder. They've already got more money than they're ever going to be able to spend for generations. But now that's not enough. I want absolute power. I want to make minions out of everybody else that's not me and my cohorts. That's the plan. That plan has failed. They've had 400 plus years to do that or more. It's over. It is over. And we just haven't accepted it. I have, but most people have not. It is over. We are not going to be beholden to billionaires who are worth nothing. Nothing in this world. They are worth nothing. And get all the credit. Oh, they're intelligent because they got all this thing. They ain't fucking intelligent. They're evil.
Yeah, it got nothing to do with
no morals at all.
Mm-hmm.
That's all that is.
But anybody with not evil or with some kind of morals and sense of community or empathy, all that can go through your head is, they're coming to take me away. Ha ha, they're coming to take me away. Ho ho, hee hee, ha ha, to the funny farm where life is beautiful all the time. And I'll be happy to see those nice young men in their clean white coats and they're coming to take me away. Ha ha. But guess what? That's some bullshit. And we ain't going out like that.
I'm just, man, for me, it's hilarious. To me, it's so funny because like I would be the, give me all the, let me be the hoarder for a little bit, y'all. You know what I mean? Let me be that guy just for a little bit. And I'll show you. It would be so dope. It would be so dope. I'm just saying.
That's all a billionaire that's all a billionaire is. He's a hoarder of resources.
Yeah, you nailed it, bro. A resource hoarder and not just hoarder, a preventer of innovation. You know what I mean? Like these guys are like, no, don't do cool shit that'll help everyone. It's gotta help me first. Like if it doesn't help me first, screw the entire planet, burn the planet. You know what I mean? Like, and that's the wrong, like that mentality is gonna cost them, and we're seeing it cost them now.
Yeah, we're gonna burn this torch down. Hey kids, I said something real. I don't know what you might think of it, but a lot of people reacted to. I said something on social media. I said it's not that we don't have the money and resources to feed the poor. We just don't have enough money and resources to satisfy the rich.
To feed the poor,
we can feed the poor all over the world. We have plenty.
Brother, like that
we just don't have enough to satisfy rich people.
That shouldn't even be in
feeding.
This is what I'm trying to
be a thing.
We're shooting shit into space, but people are hungry. What the fuck is going on?
Exactly.
Whose idea are these? Like whose ideas are these? Like I don't understand. There is no shortage in anything. There's no shortage in knowledge, know-how, land,
that's the thing.
Actual money, manpower.
We have a system in place that runs by a lot of the status quo, and then that gets influenced by the lobbyists who represent corporate interest, and they lobby our elected leaders to change laws and standards and parameters. So you look at how the food situation, instead of utilizing the technology to convert old shopping malls into greenhouses that could healthily feed the population, no pesticides, no GMOs, none of the bullshit that they've been putting in the food for however long. But that is pie in the sky. No, we don't need that stuff. We'll just rely on the old standard of relying on the crops in the ground, and if they can get the resources necessary to produce it, like the fertilizer and the seeds and all of the things that go into that, and then they have the tractors that they can't work on themselves because the John Deere people had laws passed that said, hey, this is our property, you can't tinker with it, you got to bring it back to the factory. And so you have all of these corporate roadblocks and red tape that is made by the government, through the government, because of the almighty dollar. So that bastardizes everything. Whereas if we just, combined as a human existence said, hey, food should not have a cost like that. It should be abundantly available to whoever is hungry, because guess what? We can plant trees on the sidewalk that will bear fruit instead of having, signs or trees up there that, are just decorative kind of shit. There are ways, instead of, big luscious grass and lawns, you have individual gardens and that are productive and useful for something. So there are ways that we could do it, but we are so stuck with, well, no, we can't do it this way. The corporate overlord said this and they run shit, and the law said this, and and their fines and penalties and fees if something happens. So the status quo remains, and the status quo has been bullshit and going downhill for decades.
Hey, hold on, kids. I see you got a mouthful, but let me tell you, we gotta turn this thing. But
that's time. We'll get back to it later on.
But I have
man,
to
you
say
shooting
this.
shit into space.
I have to say this, man. A couple things here. It's like, if you like, I don't know about you two guys, man, but my girl watches shit that I don't want to watch, and
me too, man. I had to dip today.
Yeah.
I was watching autistic people fall in love. That's what's good. I'm just putting it out there. Like that's
that's
what
not funny, but that's interesting.
That sounds like some handy sex.
I'm not cracking jokes. I had to get up. I was like, you know what? It's time. It's time for me.
Was that some kind of kink of hers or something? The handy sex?
I don't know what it is, but she's not alone. It's its
own
thing.
Dirty, Triple. I don't turn it dirty now.
That's
just something she thought was interesting. Don't get it. Don't dirt it up. Now.
It's just it's a thing. It's on Netflix.
Love is dirty.
Show. There's a whole show.
I say all that to say this, man. Look, she watches things, and every now and again I'm strolling through there, and something will catch my eye, and she likes to watch every now and again. I'll catch her watching this show called Hoarders, and when I watch that show, and it's bad. I mean, when I say bad, really bad, like I don't even know how they exist, because you can't get to anything. You can't take a shower. You can barely take a shit.
It's depression, bro.
It's
like
rats,
it's
running around.
I've watched that show too. Like that show.
But the same thing could be said. It's an embarrassment of stuff that they covet. You know what I mean? It's an embarrassment, embarrassing amount of things that they covet. Mentally, that's just where they are, right? Like you said, it's probably mental health more times than not. What I'm getting at is flip that around with extremely rich people. Imagine rolling off into somebody in the Rothschilds family that has, let's just say he has an embarrassing amount of, very, very expensive items in his home and very powerful items in his home, and he just collects them. Let's just say he had a power crystal in his house that nobody really knows about, that he bought from the Smithsonian, that took it from somewhere in the world, and it can energize the entire planet. And this sick son of a bitch is keeping it to himself because he doesn't want the world to have it. That's the same amount of mental health problems, but in a rich ass way. It's sick. It's sick.
I see what you're trying to do here, and the two things that actually do line up. I think your analogy was actually pretty decent here too. You know what I mean? Like, because that's sort of what they're doing. Do they live in a hovel with cats everywhere and potentially, deceased cats? Doubtful. But you know what I mean? It's a bit of a different view. Instead of cats, it's quite frankly human beings. And these are human beings, you, me, Trip, the whole bloody planet. We may be trampled underneath in their hoard, in that hoarded room of theirs, if you will. It's crazy.
Yeah, man. I gotta do a sharp U-turn because I'm gonna go down a rabbit hole if I don't.
Let's go.
Interesting enough, man. We're gonna move this thing and move this ball a little bit. Me and Tris was having a very interesting retrospective about college days, man. Before we got on the show in the green room, it was fun talking about it. Because interestingly enough, man, I'm telling you, there's something about this show and something about us three getting together. And when we do this stuff, it triggers thoughts in my head that, sometimes some of them I forgot about, but I thought I did. Then I'm in the shower now. I really enjoy showers, man. I really enjoy a good hot shower, especially right before a show.
Where are we going?
I'm gonna
That's what I was
tell you. I'm
wondering.
gonna tell you. I don't know. I don't know what you guys are, how you shave, but I'm more like Trips's face, but with more chin hairs. I shave pretty much everything clean. I'm sitting up here right now with a half a face of stubble because my damn razor broke. And once I'm in the groove in the shower, having a real good shower, steamy ass shower, man, soap everywhere. I'm having a great shower. I'm not getting out that shower until I'm done. And once I shave there, so I got a half a face of stubble. Anyway, while I was in there, I'm thinking about I was on social media and this girl, man, that I met during a actually trip, the Chicago Classic when they do the black college football game now. I don't know if they still do it, but me and my brother went there one time. And man, dude, I met a girl there, and I'm talking about animal attraction, bro. Animal attraction. She was fucking fine. Cocoa colored skin, cocoa caramel, beautiful hair. I'm walking into this stadium and I see her and she got a pack of girls with about 6 or 7 girls with her. I got like 8 or 9 cats with me and my bro. And as soon as I see her, we just lock eyes and we just kept looking at you. I'm coming up the ramp. You ready to go find our seats. And she just said to me when we got close to her, she's just like, "Where you going?" I said, "I don't know, but I want to stay here with you." She said, "I want to go where you going." I was like, "Well, come on." I said, "Oh, y'all, come on." So all them girls came over there and they hung out with us when we was there for about good to about halftime. And man, me and old girl had such good chemistry. It was just like she was going to school, I think at UIC somewhere. If my memory is correct, she was going to school at UIC. She had a crib downtown, and we was just talking. I was just like, she was just like, "I want to get out of here. I got a crib right." I was just like, "Yeah, let's go." And so I had to tell my brother, I was like, "Hey, bro." He's like, "I see what's going on. What you want me to do?" I said, "Just go to Kenny's downtown." I don't know if y'all been to Trip. If you've been to Kenny's downtown, used to be a Kenny's downtown. And yeah, I was just like, "Go over there, man. Just chill out for a minute. I'm finna go over here." She lived like about 15, 20 minutes from the stadium, dude. And there was a song playing. It's old 90s Jodeci, Freak in You. And she put that son bitch on repeat. It went on. It was cracking for about 45 minutes straight. It went down. It went down. And anyway, long story short, we meet them at Kenny's. We eat some steak and have a good time. We hook up a little bit later on. But the moral of the story is right after, college. And anyway, I go to social media one day and I just go through, I don't really look at people's stuff too much unless I know you or is it something that I'm interested in. And I click on this one that has this Jodeci song, that song that she kept on repeat for 45 minutes, Freak in You.
Damn it. Now I got to listen to it because I can't get the melody.
I hear it
somehow, or I would have busted it already. I can't remember.
Trust me, it's addictive, bro.
It's one of the better ones, by the way, Trip, from what I recall, but it's just not in my skull right now.
I hit the thing, and it's her. I haven't seen or heard from this girl in years. And I had to comment on that. I was like, "You still love this song?" And she couldn't believe it was me. She said, "I've been looking for you. You know how long I've been looking for you?" I was just like, "Nah." I said, "How long you been looking for me?" "Since that night." And it's been years, bro. Long story short, man, it's one of those, I was in my college boy mode. And man, I found that girl on social media and she's still beautiful as shit. Anyway, I just had to throw that out there. We were supposed to be talking about college, but this came. It blends in with a lot of stuff that I went through in college.
So wait a second. What the hell did we? What happened there?
What?
I'm off to bust. I have to bust your chops now. So we went from the shower to shaving to
Jodeci.
To Jodeci.
I want a free kill.
I was thinking about college, bro. I was thinking about my college days. Okay. I was gonna put it all together, kids.
But you didn't. That's why I'm busting your chops. You didn't put that together. You just went on
I know it was all over the
7-minute rant about just.
I know, man. I know it was all over the place. I know it. I was getting to a point. That shit was all over the place, but it tripped me out how coincidental everything is. I'm thinking about some college stuff that was going on in the shower. My razor breaks on me. I get out the shower. I'm still thinking about it. I get on social media. This is like minutes before the show, man. I get on social media and I see that on somebody's reel. I click on it and it's fucking her.
Uh-oh.
And anyway, man, and I get into the studio. Trips gets up in here and we start talking about college stuff. And it just, like I say, man, I'm one of them people in the world that doesn't believe in coincidences. That shit's happening for a reason. This conversation is.
And now, if somebody passes by and now you smell something that like she used to wear, or like you used to eat back in the day, that's gonna take you back to, because whether it be music, smells, sounds, tastes, and it's like flashback, and then it's like, oh shit, remember when? And then you just got to go there sometimes with that wave. Don't fight it.
It was such animalistic lust. It was incredible. We couldn't even stand sitting in that stadium long, man. I was like, really? You got your crib? How far away? Let's go. We let that song go and went right to her crib, and she put that shit on repeat. It was a wild night, dog.
Mm-hmm. How toes look.
I don't know how any of this
beautiful. Man, you weirdo. She's beautiful all up and down, bro. There ain't a part of her you would not like. Not one.
Well, you got to start where you start, at the bottom.
Oh man, dog. Really? You know what? Actually, Trips has got me thinking.
About what?
He's got me thinking about. She did have a pair of beautiful sandals on. I remember.
Damn it! Listen to this show.
I'm listening.
Yeah, the pair. It was starting to get a little chilly, at night, because I think that game is played in September. Sometime in September, it gets a little chilly at night. And I was talking shit to her.
What the hell going on this show?
Because he's making me remember some shit right now. Because I was telling her, I know your toes froze like a mother. She was laughing. She said, I can't wait to get in here and get some socks off. Shut up, Trips, you weird mother. Look at kid.
Oh man, this show crazy, man. Welcome to Extra Sauce, y'all. It's Wednesday night.
Hey, bro, my whole fucking life was a Jodeci record, bro.
Damn. Jeez. Man.
Let me lick you
up. Yo, shout out Rob Renarski, man. Rob Renarski been to the strip club. He had himself a good time. That's all I gotta say about it. Oh man,
that's funny because the first thing she did, we went in there and she ran to her. It was just, I'll be right back. And she just ran in her room, came out with a pair of socks and footies or something.
Oh, you
and put them on and went and put her shit on, turned that shit on and put it on repeat, and it was over from there.
Man, the scroll said, no man said this simping has no expiration date.
Wasn't no simping going on there.
Oh, Scrolls,
hey, Scrolls, when you know, man, simp ain't even in the goddamn repertoire. You ain't that.
20 years later. Bam!
Look at that. Dog, you ain't have to. You ain't got.
But the question is, like, when you saw the reel and it was like, that's her. How she age?
Man, first of all, I'm not an old ass man, and she ain't no old ass woman. She's beautiful.
Yeah, but y'all older than you were, so stop fronting.
Yeah, a little older. She's fine as fuck. She probably look better.
Nice.
Damn. Fine as fuck. But that's that's neither here nor there. It was just ironic that
Isn't it ironic?
every time I hear that song, I think about that moment.
Really?
And that's the reason why I clicked on it, because I'm like, I ain't heard that in a while. Boom. And it's her. I was like, you still listening to this shit? And she was
That's
just
her
like,
theme
wow,
song.
it's you.
Ain't
I was
nobody
like,
listening to no Jodeci now.
shit, you tripping.
Well, I mean, Jodeci was the shit, but since then, it's been a minute.
No. Ron,
Like,
you married the one from the strip club?
I know. Like my nephew
Turned into a housewife.
My nephew has a girlfriend, like one of the girls that he was messing with. I know for a fact that likes 90s R&B, and Jodeci is one of them. And shit, people love 90s R&B.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was
I'm one of those people as well. But I'm just saying, I ain't really like, you know what I'm saying?
I like 80s and 90s. I like 70s, 80s, 90s, even back to the 60s. I love R&B music.
Forever, my lady.
Oh,
means so much to me.
There's an Aaron Hall record that I let's just say conception happened.
I never lose you.
Some
You ain't got no kids.
Nah, I just said conception happened, but it didn't come to full term. Let's just say that.
Whoa.
I'm just saying, don't go no further, kids. Just shut your.
I'm just saying, you're giving us more information than I think any of us need.
Off Aaron Hall 90s music record.
Damn, Aaron Hall, look what you did doing to people, man.
Aaron was a freaky dude. Though.
Aaron Hall, there's a group called Shy that does harmony.
Oh, Shy was my joint.
Pick you up and down. Is that the one?
If
Stop.
Wait a minute. Hey, Trips, kids doesn't know who Shy is.
You don't know who Shy is?
I know who Shy is, man.
You don't know who Shy is.
But I'm not like,
to me.
man,
I really want to know your name. I really want to. Yeah, that was a jam.
I was tripping out my nephew's girl. I was just like, what you got? What you playing over there? She's like, oh, I love 90s R&B. I said, how much? Let me see what you got in there. Man, she had it all, bro. And that girl is like, what is she, 16, 17 now? Yeah, they own that shit. Like retro is where it's at.
Now, come on, now, just I know people like maybe in the chat, whether you're watching on the Nomad Network or at Kids of Canuck or Sports Chicago Style, make sure you are subscribed to all three. But if you hear the songs, and if I ever fall in love again, I will be sure that lady is a friend. You hear that song, and it's like, I never know who made it, but
that was Shy.
That was Shy.
Never fall in love.
Yeah, like when you get into like, you know what I mean? Like,
I will be sure.
First song just a little bit too sappy for a dude, man. I'm a hardcore hip hop head.
Well, yeah, but
I love because I can sing. I love R&B, but I take it to like, you know what I mean.
So
I'm not going to sit in my crib by myself and listen to no shot. Is what I'm trying to tell you. You know, I'm not going to sit.
Kids.
I'm just saying.
Kids.
I'm trying to
how many
like
songs?
Maybe some Shy might come on. It's okay.
Kids. How many songs do you know the lyrics to from R. Kelly's 12 play?
Probably more than I'd like to admit.
Exactly.
Play.
Trying to be all hard. You know you all softy.
But it's our like, man, I'm really mad that he's a bad guy. You know what I mean?
Well, don't you know? I'm gonna tell you, I got something before we move to rock.
I love R. Kelly.
Let me tell you something.
Hate to admit that to people.
Music, and in particular, love music, has shaped generations of us. And I'm talking about generations. I'm talking about for hundreds of years, maybe even thousands. Rhythm, sound brings togetherness, promotes love, and that music is a certain energy and vibration to it, and a frequency. And it's beautiful, man. You once you're man enough or woman enough to get rid of the, whatever the veneer you put over you to protect you from being the emotional creature that you're really born to be, you accept that stuff willingly. It doesn't make you soft. It just makes you.
Yeah, it makes you soft.
It makes you feel in a deep way. That's all.
AKA, where's the clip? Where's the damn clip? This is a perfect time for your damn clip.
Nah, man.
Come on. Perfect time for the clip. Where's the clip at?
Yeah, I do it, man. Get your ass out of there. Yeah, dog.
S-O-F capital T. Soft.
There you go.
Boy, ain't nothing soft about me.
But I mean, it's there's a difference though between being hardcore, unlike like Nomad's boy that had his feet on his couch. You know what I'm saying? First of all, you sit like a man. You know what I'm saying? And it's okay if you want to listen to some R. Kelly or some Shy or some Joe Deasy, or whoever that might be soft, because there's an ultimate goal that every man or whoever wants to get to, and that's the ultimate softness inside those sugar walls.
Hey kids, I remember
And so to get there, you got to be sensitive.
See, I remember this girl told me, just to respond to what you said, old last song by Salt and Pepper called "What a Man, What a Man."
What a mighty good man.
It's like, I know who you are now. And she turned on that video, and I don't know whose verse it was, but it goes, a lover and a fighter and a knocker, something out. Something. That's because that's what he's about. That's me.
That's Pep's verse.
I'm a lover and a fighter. That's me. I love hard, but I fight like a motherfucker. That's just me. I ain't scared to be vulnerable in love, but I'll knock your ass clean out your socks. That's just the truth. And that's a man. That's a full, well-rounded man.
You gotta say this like, where's that clip again?
S-O-F capital T. Soft.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just saying, I would never put a Salt and Pepper lyric and myself in the same sentence.
Look at what they was talking about. They was talking about their guy. They was talking about their guys, man.
I'm just saying. I've never in my life said, "Damn, Pep, you put it down lyrically."
Oh, you never, was looking yourself in the mirror while you was putting in work and start singing to yourself and doing the rhythm. Push it good.
Oh, well, push it a little bit different, because that's just like
real good.
Damn thing.
You know what I'm saying? But you are embodying Salt and Pepper by pushing it. Now, granted, you was love making, if you will.
I'm embodying something completely different.
Yeah.
Yes, you soft because you scared of your soft side.
I'm hard as a fuck.
Why you soft?
I'm hard, bro. That's how they raised
pause.
me. They raised me hard. They raised me hard. No pauses.
Amazing.
No pauses. No pauses. Hard as fuck.
Man, your ass soft.
You were rubbing maple syrup all over your nipples.
Hey, man. The nipples are hard as fuck.
And all sweet with maple syrup dripping.
Yeah, all right. All right. I'll tell you what, man. Y'all want to talk about some I want to talk about some drinks or some food. Which one y'all want to do?
Let's where do y'all want to go, man?
Let's get on some drinks, man.
Let's go drinks.
Let's hop on there. I got these are cool drinks, man. That's some cool ass drinks right here. Give me a second. All right, where we at? I think you will like this.
Huh.
Very simple ingredients, man. Anybody want to read it?
You got this one, Trip?
Yeah, I got it. Let's see. Summer whiskey cocktail. Ingredients of simple syrup, mint leaf, lime wedge, lime juice, blackberries, and whiskey.
It's like a upside down mint julep with berries in it.
You ever have this?
I've tried something similar.
Okay. What it do,
with vodka, but I've never done it with whiskey.
You see, like I think you like nailed my little problem with this. Like I don't like messing with my whiskey really. I like a good whiskey. I like it on the rocks. Vodka, on the other hand, I would do all of these things with a vodka and probably love this drink. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's my little 2 cents on this. But summer whiskey cocktail, I guess maybe a summer vodka cocktail for this guy, and I would be in if it's whiskey, I would just say, just give me the whiskey rocks. Let's go.
No, I mean, I think like in the summertime, I'm more open to these kinds of drinks. More in the wintertime, I'm more like what you are now. What you
I
just
see what you're
said now.
saying. I can dig what you're saying.
And plus, like if you're at a pool gathering or any kind of summertime activity where it's kind of warm out, you can still enjoy the whiskey, but with the refreshing fruitiness of, I guess, this beverage. So it's just a little bit different than drinking, straight whiskey or whiskey on the rocks.
Yeah, and I wouldn't do it with. And I thought about maple syrup as an option here, but I wouldn't do that to this one because I think the maple would. I think the maple would mess this one up. The simple syrup, if you haven't had you've had simple syrup, you just didn't realize you was drinking it. If you think you haven't had it, you've had it. Simple syrup is really that simple syrup, just a sweetener. And so, I do this, man. I do this in a minute. Shake this up. Yeah. Some lime and a little mint in there. I can do a little mint. I just don't really care for it that much in a drink, but this would be a nice little compliment to what all the other stuff that's in here.
Mint will just add that extra freshness. And strangely with it goes well with lime. I just have to say that. But yeah, like I say, if I'm at the pool party, I got scotch on the rocks. I'm good. Big old piece of ice in there, and I'll crush that and pour myself another one.
Hey, kids, I don't know if I said this to you, but here in North America, I know in my part of the North America, these blackberries grow wild around here.
Oh yeah?
Oh yeah, man. I told you I got 2 trees out in my yard. I get these. I have these all year round. I do have them all year round. They're in my freezer now.
Oh snap.
Yeah, so I love them. I grew up eating them. You know what I mean? Coming home, my grandma always telling me, "Boy, stay out them goddamn trees. Boy, you eating too many goddamn berries. You been in the trees today? Mouth blue as hell." Nope.
Yeah, we got raspberries and strawberries that grow kind of like that out here. Less with the strawberries, more with the raspberries. But my backyard is over. Last year, my backyard was overrun with raspberries. I got to get out there this year and just cut that whole thing down because it was a little bit crazy.
These is Trips. What you talking to somebody in your background?
Mind your business.
Oh,
how about that?
A prickly son, bitch. I'm just trying.
Like you just met me.
Hold on, man. God, no. There go Miss Nova.
Hey, but Miss Nova, what up?
See
what up?
You see what just happened? I just wrote myself.
What you just fucking say, man?
I just wrote myself a check my ass can't cash.
What you just say, man?
I just said I gotta get out in the backyard and cut down the raspberries, and she heard it. So now I'm gonna have to hire somebody to go ahead and
oh, so you actually cutting it down was a farce.
That's not happening. Fuck that shit. Anyways, back to the show.
Well, question, Red Baron. This drink, cool. But he's saying that vodka is too rough on black people livers. What does he say about gin?
I say it's the other way around. I say dark liquor is worse.
Really?
And I think good vodka, depending on what you're getting, is you better off long term with the vodka than you are with the dark liquor.
I don't have an answer to this. I've seen all different types of liquors wreak havoc on black livers. I'll be straight up and down about this one. Rum in Jamaica, whether it's white or dark, can get you. Like I'm just saying, which is interesting because a lot of the Jamaicans I know kind of swear by vodka now because of growing up with the rum, and it's like, you know what, rum's a little bit much. I'll pound back a 40 of vodka and be cool. And it's just a different thing.
I think vodka is rough on people who just drink straight vodka.
You can't don't do that now.
Yeah, it's gonna tear whoever that is up because it's
man.
just not good. It's just not good. You got to cut that thing, man. Take some of the pressure off your goddamn own liver, and then hydrate.
I've only tried to do that once in life. My wife prefers vodka, but like only one time in life, I had a bottle of vodka. I'm like, man, I got to go to this party. I'm just gonna pound this thing back and party, and I just pound this bottle of vodka back and I'll instantly regurgitate the entire thing. And after that, I kind of learned my lesson, man. I'll just take that and I'll take it piecemeal with a little simple syrup, mint leaf, lime wedge. You know what I mean? I'll take it piecemeal and get to the desired drunkenness. But I can't drink it like that. Not anymore.
I know Russian male lifespan and female lifespan is very short. That like that Russian vodka, they don't have any kind of.
It ain't because of vodka.
No, it's because they don't have any regulations on the people that make them. Make those vodkas. They don't care nothing about. They just want to sell the shit.
They'll make it themselves.
A bunch of drunk ass people there that love to drink and stay drunk. These motherfuckers get up drinking vodka.
There's a reason. It's very cold.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
That ain't no reason.
They just alcohol warms you up. They need to be drunk to ignore the fact that there's also nothing to do. So when there's nothing to do and it's freezing cold, vodka.
Nah.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm glad. I'm so happy that I cannot drink any of this shit straight. I don't know what to do because I always got to cut it with something, and I always got to drink a lot of water. So if I'm drinking, I guarantee you that next day I'm gonna drink a whole gallon of water.
Well, you need to hydrate. You gotta hydrate.
Yeah,
I'm clearing that shit. You know what I mean? So it's just.
Well, I mean, you mean you're flushing the poison out of your system?
Oh yeah, I'm sweating. I'm gonna do all that. I'm gonna make sure that does. I'm gonna minimize the impact on me.
Yeah, because I mean, I think one thing that we all forget is that alcohol, you know, in the quantities that we do imbibe, you know, is toxic and can be. So a lot of the morning after stuff, they make, you know, pills and drinks and salves now that it's like, hey, you're going out drinking tonight, take this beforehand, and now, you know, drink that much more and you'll feel fine in the morning. You know, it's the devil. But, you know, old school, just drink, you know, a bottle of water after every drink. And that will, you know, help keep you going. Because as soon as you start skipping out on the water, now you're, you know, putting your liver and your kidney and your other organs at risk. You're making yourself dehydrated and going to feel like shit tomorrow or the next day. So hydration is a good thing.
That's right. That's the most important thing is regulation, flushing, hydration, and that's going to minimize any of the impacts. And sweating will definitely help in the long run, getting the rest of those toxins out of you. But whenever I drink, the next day is going to be full of water.
Well, that what Red Baron is saying here in the chat, he just stays away from all hard liquor now. And I know other people that as they've matured, for a nice word, you're welcome, that they've moved to wine, you know, as opposed to spirits.
Oh yeah,
so they're still getting a little, you know, they buzz on, but they're just doing it in a more refined way.
Yeah, not this guy. So I can't do the wine. I get angry. It makes me vex. It makes me mad.
Wine does.
Yeah.
Yeah, dog, you got some fucked up body chemistry.
I'm just telling you. I get mad.
That's fucked up, no man. He can't help it.
I have never heard that. Well, you know what? I've heard white women say that.
It makes me angry. I get upset. So I don't like to drink that. I will drink hard liquor. And the other thing about hard liquor is that if you don't do any of the shit that we're showing you, like I hate to put it that way, if you don't mix these drinks with and you're not cutting like potential sugar into your booze, you can get away with drinking real Like having a real good night of drinking and have no hangover the next day.
Okay, all right.
Little tricks.
I would say this, man, and this is to anybody listening or watching. I would say, what do you do when you drink has an influence on it. So, well, it's like when I'm having a drink, like me and my girl are having a drink. If we're not watching something that we focused on or just being together as a couple, we listen to some music that has a very good energy to it. Very good energy to it. And I'll just say maybe that might help. Maybe that might help. And Missy is right. Miss Nova is right. It's sometimes for alcohol is evil for a lot of fucking people. And that's why they call it spirits, because it does it like whatever inner crazy you have inside you, whatever inner mean and
Demons.
just belligerence that you have inside you, that shit will erect that. No doubt about it. No doubt
And
about
then
it. If
also,
you don't counteract it with something
yeah.
that has a better frequency, like music.
But then also the choice of alcohol or liquor does not matter because it's not for everybody. Some people have addictive personalities and they won't be able to say no. Some people have a chemical imbalance where the alcohol, like those people that are quote unquote cheap dates, where you give them one beer and they act real drunk. Because I got a buddy who drank a lot. Let's just say, redefine that. He would have a 6-pack and it would be like he drank a case, and it would turned out that his body just couldn't process the alcohol, metabolize it. So it's a different thing. So everybody is different. It's not just, some people want to drink or can't drink or shouldn't drink. There's a little mix of all of that. So people who try to drink that maybe shouldn't be drinking, they're the ones that have like a lot of the issues.
You definitely got to get your shit together, or you are having. It should be some kind of protocol for people that can buy liquor. You need to get your shit right. You need to get your shit together before you even can purchase a drink, because it's just going to trigger the belligerence.
What does that mean, though?
It means that you got some belligerence inside you that you haven't dealt with, that can be easily triggered by that potion of substance.
See, that's only a slight portion of the problem, because there's like, I know two guys, and one has to drink and cannot manage regular life, can't manage it.
He shouldn't drink.
Duh, you know what I mean? Like, let's as easily stated as that, he should not be drinking. He cannot manage life. Things aren't going well. You know what I mean? For all intents and purposes, he can barely hold down his own existence. And I got another boy. They both have the same name. I'm not going to out the name, but it's just interesting to note. He can hold down his entire existence perfectly, but he's a belligerent, fall down, trip over himself, drag me out the bar, drag me out the taxi, drunk.
Yeah,
Like,
well,
my boy is mashed down, but like, wake up Monday morning.
I've met so many people like that.
Monday morning, bro, he wakes up,
go to work.
cleaning the whistle, gets
Well, isn't that what they call a functional alcoholic?
That is functional alcoholism.
You know
That's
what? I have no problems with people that drink. I've met so many people like Kez just described. I know those people. I really know those people. And the way I impress upon people is very effective, because it wasn't because it is something innate that I have in me to impress people in certain ways. And I've been able to impress upon people, like to put whatever that thing is that you enjoy doing like that. It can be totally harmless if you put it in its place. Totally harmless. Totally harmless. If you put it in it, go take care of your business, handle what you need to do, but then handle you. handle.
Well, that's the thing. What is the goal? Because people, if you like, I can get a bottle of liquor and it'll last me for a month. Because when I drink, my purpose is not to get drunk. It's to have a drink. Maybe take the edge off. Maybe to feel those inebriated effects kind of thing, and then I won't have any for a day, a week, or however long. It's not a thing that I have to do every day. Whereas some people, it becomes that crutch. To oh man, today at work the boss was on my back, or I saw some heinous shit, or whatever, and I got to have a drink to unwind. I got to have it to relax me. I got to have it to put me to sleep. And then it's not a healthy enjoyment thing to where you're having one cocktail at a social gathering and not trying to get inebriated, just enjoying the alcohol. Because there's a difference between I want to get drunk than just want to have a drink.
So the only reason I kind of went down this road is just that, Nomad was saying like there should sort of be like, a line when you're at the store with respect to whether they should be able to, sell you booze or not. And I'm just saying, I don't know what that, where you actually draw that line, because there are these folks who are totally functional, that can get by and survive. And there's other folks who cannot get by and survive. Both are in similar situations, right? At the end of the day. And Cyrus McDougal, you're clearly a Trailer Park Boys fan. Shout out to you. Big ups, big ups. Jim Leahy, rest his soul.
You want to read one of his quotes?
Sure. I got a lot of people who don't know how to drink. They drink against the grain of the liquor. And when you drink against the grain of the liquor, you lose.
I think it's deeper than that, Cyrus. And the point that Kez is trying to make here about, I do believe that they should put some restrictions on who could buy alcohol, because it's too many people with unresolved issues that are absolutely out there just buying all and really just masking, the stuff that they haven't resolved in their lives. I don't want to call nobody crazy or some kind of mental health case, but sometimes it absolutely is that. I've actually helped treat people
most of the time.
I've helped treat people like that, kid. So I know it. I tell people all the time, you haven't resolved some stuff. You got to resolve some stuff in order for that you enjoy drinking like everybody else does. I think you should be welcome to it. However, if you haven't resolved some things in your life and it's triggering some of those things in your life that you haven't resolved and it's causing you to be belligerent, then maybe not. You know what I mean? I've dealt with that shit too many times in assistance with police and different things that I've had to deal with in my work life.
I think we've all dealt with that. Like I know you have a social work background. I'm just saying, I don't think I've ever met. Sorry, let me rephrase. I think every single drunk that I've ever met has at some point decided to sort of delve into their own personal misfortune, for lack of a better thing to say, their own personal story of disdain, general disdain and trauma. And that's sort of their night with the bottle.
Well, that is a coping mechanism for some.
Yeah.
But then also there are many in recovery for whatever substance they were addicted to, whether it be gambling, whether it be drugs, whether it be alcohol, but they flipped that addiction into something healthy, quote unquote, or people that have never had those particular vices or still have an addiction, and it's called the gym or the health club or working out. Those are the people that are, very quote unquote driven and have to be at the gym, whether they're sick, holidays, days off, bad weather. And it's like, you look at them and it's like, yeah, it's cool to be healthy, but you don't look healthy. You're in shape, but you don't look healthy. And it's that kind of thing. You can tell that, yes, they're doing a healthier addiction, but it's a coping mechanism. And there's nothing wrong with that. But
Before
You know what I mean?
anybody goes further, I'll say this, just
What
to
up,
take
Levante?
all the ambiguity out of it, just to take it out of it. If you drink and at any given time, like let's just say you're at home with your people, you got family, your girlfriend, your kids, whatever, who's ever around, and at any point in that night while you're drinking, and just to take the ambiguity out of it, if you get tight while you're drinking and something happens during that evening that makes you tight, and I mean by tight, I mean it gets you uptight. That's a first sign. If you don't drink and you're around your people and don't experience a little love and everything slows down for you and you just enjoy each other a little bit more, which is what it's supposed to do. It's kind of a depressant. It's not kind of, it is. It's supposed to kind of calm you down. But if it does the opposite, that should be a sign to you that you need to get some shit straight. If it brings out the belligerent in you and you're around the people that you love and care about, not to say that they can't trigger a bad reaction, they can, but think about it in the way that I just told you. If it makes you tight, and the more and more you're sipping and drinking whatever it is, you probably got some stuff you need to clean up.
And I'm sure I don't have to tell, or we don't have to say this to grown folks, but sometimes we do.
Levante.
You know, if you don't want to drink, or you don't feel like drinking, or it doesn't respond, or your body doesn't respond to it well, but people be like, "Oh, come on, just have one." You too old to be falling for the damn peer pressure. Be like, "No, I'm good. I'll drink water. Now to stop fucking with me."
Yeah.
Well said, Trip, man. A lot
Yeah,
of people feel obligated to do it, and it's funny, man. I had to make fun of this one homie at work because he's buying mocktails, and like they're so obvious. He's got like
Roy
a little.
Rogers,
I don't know what he's drinking.
Shirley Temples.
He's like a Shirley Temple, but he's got like an umbrella in there.
Yeah.
So what are you drinking? And he looked at it and he's like, I don't even know. And I'm like, what do you mean you don't know? It's got an umbrella in it. You clearly ordered that. What was that? And he's like, I don't know. And I was like, bro, you're not drinking at all, are you? And he's like, no, I'm not drinking. I was like, well, you don't have to order bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, you can just get a ginger ale, and that's cool too, or a Coke, or like whatever you want to drink. It doesn't need to have a you know what I mean? It doesn't need an umbrella.
Give me a Long Island iced tea minus the Long Island.
Hey, listen, I guarantee you this. That's the most dangerous man in the room.
Brother, he is. He was an evil, conniving, skeeving SOB. But I come to find that out later on. It was just, I was just like feeling the room out, and I'm like, this cat's wrong. Man, just drink a ginger ale, bro. You don't have to front like you're doing something different. You ain't even drinking. Like, he's at the bar with us too.
That man knows why he's not drinking, and he's dangerous.
Because he's collecting information on people while they're drinking.
He's selling it to the KGB, bro. I'm just saying.
You know what I mean? To use that later, when they are weak, and he can take advantage of the situation.
All right. I'll tell you what, I think you guys will enjoy this drink a little bit more, given everything we just talked about. We're just talking about the enjoyment of a good cocktail. I think you guys will enjoy this one.
Okay, this has got me written all over it.
Then go ahead and read it off.
Apple cider whiskey. Ingredients. Maple. See, yeah, for sure it's got me written all over.
It is.
Maple syrup. Apple cider, cinnamon stick, Chico stick. Lemon juice, cinnamon powder, ice, and whiskey. All right. Like, this is exactly the one time that I might dirty up my whiskey with stuff. Give me apples. Love apples. Give me apple cider. Might love apple cider more than apple cider. It's the Canuck. You throw in some maple syrup, lemon juice, cinnamon powder. Hit me with some ice. Oh, boy. I might dirty up my whiskey.
I hope
this I make
sweeter and thicker than a Chico stick.
Chico stick.
You know,
an ice cream cone, honey. Look,
take the lick.
I would do this over some some Canadian Club or some Crown Royal. I wouldn't do this over like a Glenfiddich, a Glenlivet, or anything like that. But
So
like,
none of the top shelf.
no. I'm not putting my top shelf through this pain. But I think this over some Crown would be bomb.
All right, now one question, maple syrup wise, being that you are Canadian, does the apple cider whiskey maple syrup need to be the grade A?
The apple cider whiskey, you say?
No, it's the maple syrup. You know how they have the A?
I don't do anything but like 100% maple syrup, man. You know what I mean?
So y'all just no imitations,
no fronting,
watered down, no B, C, D.
No fronting, no BS. God, and like just the flavor of true to life maple syrup is worth it. It's like vanilla. You know what I mean? They sell that shit. They sell that shit for like $12 a can or a bottle, if you will, in Canada. Like it's expensive. It's like buying a bottle of booze.
And the can is like an ounce.
Something like that. I'm not sure. You know,
I mean, but it's a small quantity.
No. The can for like $12, you get it's like I'd say it's like a shit, Americans. What's a liter?
Hey, fuck you too.
So I'm like, oh, it's like a liter, and like y'all don't.
Yeah, we don't fuck with the metric system.
Yeah, I mean, you don't know this metric system. So I was like, oh, Americans. I don't know what a liter is in the U.S., but like a good bottle. You know what I mean? A good size bottle. $12 Canadian. You know what I'm saying? This is like, you go to the store and get like some Aunt Jemima's, who I've come to understand doesn't exist anymore. Shame on the planet. I don't know what y'all did, but you know, that'd be like you get a full bottle of imitation stuff for like $4. The real stuff about 3 times more expensive, but good Lord, no preservatives, no BS, and it's a beautiful thing. Natural sweetener. Beautiful.
All right. Well, let me break it down for you, and let me tear down some international borders.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so this right here, you see that?
Oh boy,
that's a baby I love right there. That's it. That's exactly what you look like.
All right, so this is
get that for about $12.
100% pure Vermont maple syrup, grade A.
Yeah.
Dark color, robust taste, or should I say, robust taste.
He rolled the R.
It's 1 quart, 32 fluid ounces, which is the equivalent of 946 milliliters.
There you go. Yeah, so about a liter, about a liter. Right, a liter is 1,000. So that I buy virtually the exact same bottle. You get it at Costco. Mine has a maple leaf on it. It says it's made in Canada. It's like basically the same damn thing. They're just tapping it right off of maple trees, whether it's in Vermont or on the Canadian side. Get it? It's good stuff, man. That's what your pancakes should be all about.
So, all right, so some apple cider vinegar, an apple, cinnamon sticks, some lemon juice. You know, I just happen to have all these ingredients. I just got to re-up on the whiskey.
I told you, I'll come up with stuff.
Don't go top shelf, man. Go.
If there was a pipe wrench in this recipe, he pulled that right out of his ass. Guaranteed, because Trips has got a pipe wrench somewhere.
Wait, settle down, because that's very Diddy.
I'm just saying, man, you are able to pull out some stuff. However, y'all missed it.
Like that.
Hey, bro, I think y'all missed it. One might ask, okay, if you got a cinnamon stick in there, and sometimes cinnamon sticks are very strong. You got a cinnamon stick in there. Why do you need cinnamon powder? No curiosity?
For extra cinnamony, but also the powder gets dispersed throughout the liquid, whereas the cinnamon stick immerses the flavor, and you got to spin it around in there a little bit.
I would say that because I have a little bit, damn, kids probably got something going on. But the cinnamon powder, like I've seen somebody buy cinnamon sticks and buy stale cinnamon sticks. like old cinnamon sticks. Somebody sold them old cinnamon sticks. They ain't made the same, bro.
So why double up?
Because one of them might not have the potency that the cinnamon powder can bring to the table.
So the cinnamon stick won't because it's not.
Oh, you got stuff going on. You want to turn something down in your background? You can't.
The comment was when you sip and you drink, you're actually bringing in the cinnamon powder versus the stick is still solid. It doesn't dissolve. It just gives off flavor.
Yeah, you don't want the powder in there. To be frank with you, it would mess up the whole thing. Chickle stick just sort of sits in the drink and makes it taste like cinnamon.
Yeah. It doesn't dissolve. The whole stick doesn't dissolve. It just over time it just gives
more flavor, right?
Yeah, very strong impression.
Yeah,
very strong impression. And I wouldn't have known that until I bought that apple pie moonshine I told y'all about for my aunt.
Yeah,
that triggered. I tasted it and then sent it to her, but I was like, damn, I didn't know. I never would have imagined anything apple pie tasting in a drink like that. It never crossed. It was so new to me. And after that, later on in the fall, in Atlanta, there's a lot of people that's, growing a whole bunch of craft beer franchises and different, businesses like that. And they got a lot of flavor profiles to craft beer. And I don't like craft beer. I ain't gonna lie to you. A lot of people might like it. I don't, but I like to sample and see what stuff tastes like. It's not gonna be like I'm gonna buy a whole bunch of this product. And I got to taste a bunch of stuff. And the more and more stuff that I tasted with cinnamon and apple in it, the more I liked. I just like that flavor profile in a beer. It just tastes good. But in liquor, it tastes equally as well.
Right on. But you go ahead and get that apple pie Astroglide and that apple pie lube.
Oh Lord.
Yes,
wow.
Lord. Yes, y'all. Hey, Mrs.
Why are we down that road?
Because we talking about liquor, and that's right. The road that liquor takes.
If that got you down that road, let's talk about something.
Lick her.
Let's go down this.
I see what you did there, Canada.
Let's go down this road. Just so because my boy was on my mind. Cares was on my mind.
Me.
And I did. You were.
Okay.
And I'm trying to think of some things that I know that really helped me change my diet out a whole lot. And this ain't 100% keto friendly, but it is keto friendly. It's just the panko breadcrumbs and the flour. It says no. But let me tell you something. You talking about, because I know you like potatoes, bro. I know you like potatoes.
They're a good friend of mine. Yes.
This right here.
Potatoes and Cisco Kid.
If you do this the right way, this will change. It takes a little bit more preparation than it does your regular potato, but well worth it long term. Go ahead. Okay. If you want, anybody wants to read it.
So baked zucchini fries. Ingredients: cooking spray, zucchini, ranch dressing, panko bread crumbs, flour, and Parmesan cheese. I don't mind zucchini, like zucchini sticks and stuff like that. That's fine. Like this would work for me, except for exactly what you pointed out. Those are the two areas that I'd have to sort of find my way around, and that's the panko breadcrumbs and the flour. But for the most part, I'm generally in. I like zucchini. Zucchini's good.
You can do this with a squash. You can do this with. You can even cut up an eggplant and do this. Any bigger vegetable, you can do this. I've had green bean fries.
Gross.
What?
I'm sorry. I've become partial to the sweet potato fry. That's what I do, man. I had some.
That's better.
I had some today. I actually love them. They're really good. I make a little, much like your ranch dressing, I make a little sriracha mayo to go alongside of it, and it works out very well, man. It works out very well. I have to say. So that's my go-to, and it has been for quite some time because personally, I have to wean myself off of potatoes almost completely right now. Potatoes are not my friend.
Hey, kids, sweet potato fries. Have you ever heard of a marshmallow dipping sauce?
No.
Hey,
it sounds like you're interested.
Treps, what you trying to do? I'm trying to help him, man.
He's trying to kill me.
Oh, my bad. Oh, yeah, keto. That's right, keto. My bad. Go ahead.
Chip trying to put me in the early grade.
Ignore the marshmallow dipping sauce tangent. My bad.
Ignore Simon Sinister down here.
He's put me in an early grave, but that sounds delicious. just to put it out there. That sounds great. Any strange excuse to incorporate marshmallows into my general food intake at one point was definitely I was definitely for. At this point, not.
Well,
so.
do you use mayonnaise or ketchup or anything for your healthy fries?
Yeah. So what I use is a sriracha mayo. I put sriracha in with my mayo and I stir it around, and that's a sriracha mayo.
What kind of mayo?
Hellmann's.
So not healthy per se.
How's it on? How's Hellmann's?
Well, in general, isn't mayonnaise? I mean, well, keto is maybe different than like a fat or you know what I mean. So I'm not sure how keto works with mayonnaise, but typically speaking, mayonnaise isn't the best for the human body.
No, for keto, mayonnaise is king.
Yeah, you can have all the condiments, man. Yeah.
Well, you should skip ketchup, and that's actually something that I've really learned. I've really met De La Soul when I was much younger.
R.I.P. Dave.
And R.I.P. Dave, man. And they did a show, but we went to a little restaurant beside a little after party that they were going to. And they're at the restaurant, they're eating. And I'm like, yo, like De La's right behind us eating. This is the coolest thing ever. And I look over my shoulder as I'm like pointing, and there's Maceo with his burger. And Maceo's just putting, like, he's just creating a mountain of ketchup on this burger. And like, I'm a ketchup guy. I had to turn around. I was like, damn, Mace, like, you want some burger with that ketchup? You know what I mean? Like, I'm a ketchup guy, and like I'm all for ketchup, but wow, that's impressive. And like me saying this, the rest of them, they're laughing. And Dave's like, I've been trying to tell this man to calm down. And then Dave looks at me and he's like, holy smokes, we resemble each other. And I was like, huh? And I'm looking Dave in the face. And I was like, I never noticed this before. I mean, I'm a fan and all that, but yeah, we kind of do.
You know, high yellow black dudes.
He's taller than me, but we do look similar. Long story short, I've had to take all the ketchup out of my diet. I haven't eaten ketchup. I'm staring at a ketchup packet on my desk right now.
Well, what is it? The sugar, or what the problem is?
Ketchup is full of sugar. Tons of sugar. Like, there's no sugar in mustard. Smallest amount of natural sugar in relish. But virtually mad sugar in ketchup. So I've removed that.
But I gotta ask you, being that you do enjoy ketchup, have you ever considered making your own without the sugar?
Fresh Jamaican ketchup. That's for all the reggae fans out there who know what the hell I'm talking about. I have not gone down the road of doing it, but maybe one of these days I'll whip up some of my own. Yeah, that's actually a really good idea.
All right, Nomad, future reference, homemade keto friendly ketchup. Go ahead.
Boom, love it. That's
never make that. He's not cut.
No. It doesn't. This is probably super easy, and yeah, I would make it.
Anyways, man, this is good. This is good for you. The potato is full of starch.
Yeah.
And it's full of all kinds of things that make people feel heavy. I love potatoes. Like that's my. I love potatoes, man.
Me
Like
too, bro. Every
I
single time.
love it. You can't make a
Salad.
potato. I'm talking about the white potatoes. Now I don't care for sweet potatoes at all.
Oh, I'm in now.
Yeah,
I've had to pivot.
And neither one of this is better for you, man. Even with the panko. Even with the panko, you're baking them. You're gonna put a little cooking spray on them to wet them up so that everything sticks to them. Maybe an egg would help this out a little bit. Egg white, maybe, but it's worth the extra effort. My girlfriend loves when I do this. She effing loves them, and she's got this, and she found and this is just something that she's gotten into recently, a hot honey hot sauce. And she just
Yeah, that's all the new rage nowadays.
I do that as well. I also do a honey jerk. So I'll do a little.
Wait. Clarify that, Kaz, because that sounds kind of dirty.
For you, it totally would. So it's just jerk sauce with honey. It's real simple. Or jerk sauce with honey garlic sauce, depending on what you got.
All you gotta do is say socks around here, and
I know, and he's sprung.
You mean like out of the laundry socks, or like used?
Whoa,
it's any sock.
Well, there is a difference, sir, as denoted on the prices on eBay.
Damn,
I think this is.
Are you buying or selling, Trip? Are you? Where
Mind your business.
I think the shape of these zucchini fries might be turning his ass.
Mind your business.
Oh snap!
That be all up in mine like that.
The best answer to the question there could possibly be. That was great. So yeah, man, baked zucchini fries, not a bad suggestion. Thank you for that one. Just as an aside, we've also been known to do the jalapeno poppers at home as of late.
That's good too. That's a little too hot for me though.
You're not too old. Those don't irritate your boom boom.
Jalapenos don't mess with me at all.
Okay.
I'm fine with jalapenos. There's other spice, you know what I mean? There's other spices and peppers.
Well, I heard you say you fuck with the sriracha, you fuck with the jalapenos, so you good. Iron cast stomach.
I wouldn't say iron, but it's all right. I can handle some of it. Like sriracha took me same thing. Sriracha took me a minute to palate. Like it took me a couple of tries to be able to hold it down. The first time I had sriracha, I was like, why is this as hot as it is? What the hell was put on this thing? And the following day was not a good day. You know what I mean? Like let's just be real. But at this point,
Mr. Brown, I was burning.
Yeah, buddy. So at this point, I'm pretty good with sriracha, and like I say, jalapenos they just don't have the same burn that they did back in the day.
I'll tell you something that triggered my thought about I need to watch hot stuff. And these ain't the hottest things in the world. Sport peppers. I got 2 Maxwell Street Posts. Usually when I eat one of them fries and drink the grape drink that I always get when I get it, and that's plenty for me. But it just so happened. I don't know. I think we was hooping or something real hard that day, and I hadn't really had anything to eat. And we went and grabbed I got 3 of them.
Yeah, that's probably not good.
No. I only ate 2, but that was
still not
way
good.
more than enough, dude. And they got all them sport peppers on it. It's like 3 or 4 to each sausage, man. And dude, I was just mowing them down. Fries, everything. Man, dude, I am telling you. Later on that night, we hooped in I think Bloom Township and rolled up north to get them, and then came back down here. And man, bro, I ain't gonna tell you, that's the first time I ever was glad when water splashed on my ass.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Bidet. Well, think about it this way, Nomad. I'm not a doctor, but sometimes I play one on video. You can also purchase those online if you know the code. Slide up in my DMs. Maybe I can hook you up with a code.
Damn.
But anyway, see, as someone who has a sensitive system, sport peppers are good with my hot dogs and stuff like that, no problem. As opposed to like jalapenos, different. But think of it this way: when you the situation that you described, your body was on E, and you were hungry, and so the first thing you put in was something spicy, something greasy, as opposed to something to get your system kicked in, like some vegetables or something protein or something like that. You kicked it off with some spicy shit on E.
Yeah.
So coming through your system, that's gonna burn like some bitch.
So you're saying I need to prime the engine first?
Yeah, have a nice
There it is. You know what I'm saying? You get to lick it before you stick it.
Ah, Lord, everything goes back.
We went back. Man.
You got going on today, man.
He ain't fronting today, man. He's on fire.
But you understand my reference.
You partially true, man. I think everything you said is right. I just don't think I really ate much of anything that day and went to go
that's the problem.
Drank Gatorade, maybe a bag of Doritos or something, and then
that's not good.
Yeah, this is a
that's not
prime disaster. You just get a soup next time, man. Get a little cup of soup if you can. Put that in you and then hit that. It won't have the same.
Better than little bastard since then. But I eat them. I nibble on.
You're scared, huh?
Hey,
don't be scared.
One thing too. Somebody else, a doctor, told me this. He's like, "Hey, all that stuff is fine. Get the seeds out of it."
Right. That's the hot part. But the thing is, if sport peppers mess with you like that, as much as you like chili peppers or green peppers rather, in in your chili mac or your dishes like that, still pepper family, but those don't affect you as the same, right?
Yeah, no, me neither. I can eat green peppers. I could probably eat a raw ass green pepper.
Oh yeah, I like anything. Just not
or even green chilies.
I can eat a little bit of green chili.
I don't know about that one now. I think you might have got me there.
Very little. I can eat. I take it all very sparingly, man. Once in a while, I'll do a little too much, and I'll pay for it like dearly.
Yeah.
And so it's like sensitive stomach. There's too much spice. Yeah, I'm one of them kind of people. And so I love spice, and I love the flavor that it comes with. But you definitely gotta ration that, and I've learned to do that over the years instead of. Man, I used to pour hot sauce on
everything in moderation.
Man, dog, I used to drown stuff in hot sauce, especially chicken, fish, and things like that.
Gizzards.
Everything had to have some. Man, dude, my stomach started seasoning up on me, and I got real with life. I'm just like, dog, you can't keep doing this.
Right on. What you got another dish for us, or are we moving on?
I do.
Right.
Okay,
and as you change the slides here, I think I realize it's springtime.
Where?
And Trip is coming out of hibernation, and it's mating season. And I'm single, ready to mingle.
Oh Lord, boy, he's
and so it's like because I know the flip flops is coming out, and the Birkenstocks, and the pretty petties, and
like spring is sprung.
It is sprung.
Hey, bro, you know most people don't wash their feet. You know that, right?
Well, sometimes they're dirty. When the dirty soles and the dirty arches and the dirty balls of the feet, the dirty pads of the toes, sometimes they need to be sponged and cleaned.
I'll let them do that, man.
Well, sometimes you can observe or assist or.
All right. How about this, kids?
Experience them before they are cleaned. Whatever the kink may be.
The damn depravity of your mind is unreal.
Have you just met me?
No.
You surprise me every fucking time I talk to you. I ain't gonna lie to you.
This is probably a fact.
But have you ever met me? I mean, but that's the beauty of the content at Sports Chicago Style, also found on YouTube at Triple R SCS. Make sure you are subscribed, as well as to the Nomad Network and Kids of Canuck. But we try to give you the content that gives you the exposure into the darkness sometimes, but that the lighter side of the darkness most of the time, to the human existence as seen through the eyes of maybe other individuals, but the same.
Man, stay away from the goddamn feet. That's all I can tell you. But the next thing,
Hey, I'm only a human. I'm only human.
this is also
flesh and blood I'm made.
This is
I
also
am just a man. All right,
man.
on the screen now, we are looking at eggplant parmesan. Ingredients
parmesan
of olive oil, bell pepper, onion, basil, garlic, tomato paste, eggplant, of course, Italian sausage, Parmesan cheese, and the mozzarella.
Every last bit of this, let's just say tomato paste, put a question mark by that, but go ahead and do it anyway. But this is all keto friendly.
Oh, what's wrong with tomato paste?
Nothing.
Well, I
really,
mean, it's the same thing as ketchup, ain't it?
Might as well. This is, yeah, okay.
But man, go on, blow right past that, dog. This is the best tasting. I ain't gonna say the best tasting, but one of the best tasting keto friendly dishes that you can make, and it's easy to do. This is real good, bro. Real good. Eggplant is underrated.
It is. I would fuck with this actually.
I'm glad. Okay, I can do this. We're gonna have to.
When I see Levante saying leave the Italian sausage and the tomato paste out, and it's fire. How you subtract ingredients?
Yeah, bro.
I would even throw in some mushrooms.
Take it easy.
I could do that too.
Take it easy. That's not my forte.
Take it easy.
I don't like no mushrooms really, but this is actually real cool. Especially because you put Italian sausage in there as well. That makes it a little bit better for me because I've had this with much like Levante just described. I've had it without the tomato paste and the Italian sausage, and the whole time I was eating, I was like, "This is delicious," but why is there no meat in here? And so a little Italian sausage would actually go a long way because I enjoy protein. Protein's good for me. So yeah. I think this is a really nice little dish that I might have to mess with.
This goes hard with a good ground beef. It goes hard with a good seasoned up ground turkey, depending on what you like.
Levante likes the mushrooms.
That's where I was going with that, Nomad. You stole my thunder because, well, first of all, big up Levante. There we go. Trips, mushrooms. With this is fire, no doubt. But I don't. How does your keto, Italian sausage, ground beef versus ground turkey?
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
It depends on your flavor. Like you can do this with ground chicken. You can do this with I wouldn't go tuna, but for some people that like tuna.
Wait, did you say tuna?
Tuna.
Yes, you can do this with tuna. You can do this with salmon. You can
do
this.
So sardines? You talking about?
Oh Lord, no! Don't go there. Don't be tripping.
Well, you went tuna and salmon. How you not go sardines? Same shit.
No, that's gonna be a whole different thing, man. That's gonna be a whole different thing. But I'm just talking about the variations of different meats that you can put in here.
Wait. So tuna in place of what?
I'm sorry. Y'all went too far with this. Just reel it back a little bit.
Wait. Tuna instead in place or in addition to what?
You ever had a tuna casserole?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Delicious.
Same thing.
So you're saying tuna in place of the eggplant or in place of the Italian sausage?
No, the eggplant stays. You just adding a meat to it.
Okay, so add another protein, if you will.
I wouldn't put fish in there. I'm sorry, just me. I wouldn't put a fish in.
This is I agree, kids.
Turkey, chicken, Italian sausage, ground beef.
Emolion
would be fun.
Your fucking
I'm just trying to
eggplant.
throw a different kind of meat that you can put in here to supplement that.
Tufango.
You know, for the people that don't like Italian sausage, I'm just one of the people that like Italian sausage. I like ground beef. I like the mixture of both of them that I would put in here, and I have, and it's delicious.
Mm-hmm. You know, this is a straight up crimson dish.
Yeah. Yeah, shout out Crimson.
You know, it don't get no more Italian.
No.
Dog, and it's so easy to do. And you know, casseroles, I guess to some people look difficult. All you need is to make your base, and that's tomato paste and a little ground meat and put it together, and you just layer it. You just put that together and throw the little cheese. Like I throw when I'm done with it, with the sauce and the meat and the mixture of that, I throw that Parmesan on top of that. And then I throw the mozzarella on top of it. Throw that bad boy in the oven, and what comes out is spectacular.
Mm-hmm. And the beautiful part is if you're with a, let's say, a dining A2 table for two, if you will, you know, the olive oil
I'm for
and the garlic and the basil on the lips, you know, while y'all watching that episode of Murder She Wrote, you know, after dinner, you know, it's like, and it's like, you taste quite Italian. And
Is
then
that even on TV anymore?
Murder She Wrote, it's always on TV. You know, this is a streaming age, kids. Get with the times.
Oh, damn.
And you
who
know,
the hell's streaming Agatha Christie? Grandma?
Murder She Wrote is a goddamn American classic. You will cease and desist right now, Mr. Canada.
I'm sorry. I'm just saying. I haven't seen an episode of that since my grandma passed away.
I've never seen an episode of it, but that's beside the point.
Are
No,
you
no, man. Time out. First of all, Nomad, tell me right goddamn now. Tell us all that you have seen the Golden Girls.
I've seen an episode or two of that. I got Me TV, bro. I got Me TV, so I get to see all of that stuff. I'm just not interested in like Pew Pew She Wrote.
Well, no, but
Pew.
Oh yeah, but sit down and actually just check it out. It's kind of an entertaining, you know, pre-Quincy, you know, mystery kind of show. But the thing is, when shows are made back in the 60s, 70s, it's a little bit different, a little more risque, a little theatrically different. And sometimes it's enjoyable versus the nonsense and the regurgitations made today. And so you have your eggplant parmesan. You sit back and let's watch some classic shit tonight, baby. You know what we gonna watch? You know, you love woo woo woo, and then it's like you rub feet a little bit, and then maybe you put a little olive oil on the feet, maybe a little grease, you know, whatever. You know, that's your own personal thing. We ain't in that. You can tell us if you like, but we ain't asking.
I prefer not to. I like Matt. I
you
like
know,
that.
but eggplant parmesan. Then you have on the side, you have a nice green salad. You maybe have some French bread or Italian bread, something sturdy that you can sop up, you know, that oil and that grease with. You can't have bread on keto, right, kids?
No, you gotta avoid.
Oh, you can't have bread?
No, that's what you gotta. That's what's hurting me right now, man.
That's the whole purpose for being on keto is to get out of that.
Oh, but how you gonna have any kind of eggplant, veal, chicken, parmesan with no garlic bread?
I know, bro.
Oh, you just fucked my whole shit up.
I'm real sorry, and so is my entire diet right now over the last couple of weeks. Because, damn it, no breads. Breads be gone.
Hey, kids, I got a question for you, real quick. Are you all right with cheeses?
You're
talking about your stomach?
Yeah.
You can handle it. So, like for me, I make this. If I eat it and don't go overboard, I can handle mozzarella cheese. I can handle Parmesan cheese pretty well, as opposed to a yellow cheese. Like a yellow cheese, if I do too much of that, it's gonna be that lactose intolerant gonna come out.
Oh, you get it from cheese?
Yeah. Lactose, man.
Man,
but
you
not
know what?
But not from white cheese.
You know what? It used to be bad. I used to get it bad, and then I did like a couple of things. Like the first thing was I stopped drinking milk altogether, and then after reducing sugar from my diet, I can eat any dairy product now without any problem. It was for me, it was really just having sugar like the sugar content in my diet. I was throwing everything off. So now I can eat any type of cheese at any given time without feeling any kind of way. I've been pounding down yogurt. Like you would think yogurt would just beat me down. No, yogurt is fine. I'm creaming my coffee, no problem. Trying like ice cream. Worst come to worst, I can have ice cream too. I avoid it because of keto, but long story short, no problems with lactose intolerance anymore since I got rid of the sugar.
Dog, I am telling you right now, this could be a game changer for you.
It definitely looks tasty as all sin. I've kind of been avoiding like pasta type dishes. I would love to have something like this, to be honest with you. This would be a great addition to my little to my little diet right now. That's for sure.
This is definitely a game changer for me, my girl, and in the summer, my mother and my aunt are like, especially my aunt, lasagna queen. She's a lasagna queen. She loves it. And when I eat lasagna, which is not often, she makes it.
Oh.
That's how good. That's how
well. Your girl makes it,
huh?
Your girl. Your auntie.
Yeah, okay. My aunt. When she makes it, I'm on that shit. And she layers that thing. When I say she layers it thick, that every square is gonna be like a whoo.
My mother-in-law makes a killer lasagna too.
Makes it with love.
Dangerous lasagna, bro. Like I have to say it. She always brings us by. Like if she makes it, she'll make like a whole. She'll make one for us and bring it by the house and drop it off. Man, I've been able to even look at that stuff, man.
Hey, I got a question for you, Matt.
Yo.
Do you think there's a correlation to how your body processes white cheese, your Swisses, your mozzarellas, your Parmesans, Gruyères versus your dark cheeses, your cheddars in them? Like some people process white and dark liquors?
No, I think it's very simple here.
Or similar. That's the question.
I think cheese aren't, as you develop cheese, it's made to be white. You get it yellow because you want it yellow and you want to add certain things to it to make it a variation of the cheese. The cheese is supposed to be white or some semblance of it.
What makes you say that? That's not
true.
But
is liquor supposed to be white or dark?
It's actually supposed to be white.
That's not true either.
Dog. There's science to prove that.
No, it's
here we go.
That ain't what we hear.
Liquor, I'm not entirely sure what manages the color aspect of liquor, to be frank with you.
That's an
interesting question. So
there's a coloring agent, I think, that comes with dark liquor. Depends on how it's treated, how it's aged. I think that's, and what do they age it in? It's kind of what makes liquor dark. But
that's exactly what I was about to say. So if it's the cask, that might make sense. There's probably no cask in many of the other situations where it's distilled. So maybe it's just the storing process that affects the color of alcohol. So that might
let me tell you, ding ding, winner, eggplant Parmigiana dinner. Mm-hmm. Because dark liquor gets its color from being aged in wooden barrels, primarily oak, which leach compounds like wood sugars, tannin, and lignin into the clear distillate. The charred wood acts like tea leaves, releasing amber colors and flavors, while sometimes artificial caramel coloring is added for consistency.
Okay. So
longer aging produces darker, more complex spirits. So the longer in the barrel, the darker the berry, the sweeter the juice. Let's go.
Okay. All right. That makes perfect sense.
Imagine this, man. Since we're talking about food and talking about cheeses and what. There's a reason why a lactose intolerant person can eat a nice little healthy amount of white cheese. There's something, chemically that works well with my body. With it's closer to the original form. I guess that's what
So you're
it is.
saying your cheese racist is what you're saying. Your body is cheese
Yeah,
racist.
I guess, man. But the more darker it
Fats
gets,
only.
the darker it gets, that's the less I can eat.
Okay.
If it's
Honestly, when it comes down to stuff like lactose intolerance, there's to each his own. You know what I mean? However your body can handle it, do what you do, and manage that effectively.
you know what's funny about it all, kids, is me and my girlfriend pretty regularly here, especially during the winter months. We do date nights and shit, and she'll come home like she just came off 2 days off. I wasn't really able to do a whole lot of nothing. What I was able to get done for the show, I was luckily able to do it at the last minute. But when she's off, I told her, I was just like, I'll dedicate time off to you and make sure we have a good time with your days off. Anyway, we do enjoy having we get the little smokies. I don't know if you ever heard of those little smoked sausages that they sell. And we get
Little barbecue smokies.
extra sharp cheddar cheese.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a homemade barbecue sauce that I got at the house.
So you do like a charcuterie board? You
Basically, cook those things in the homemade sauce. Get the extra sharp cheddar cheese, some crackers, and I'm cheating. We're cheating every time I do that because I ain't supposed to be eating the crackers, and she ain't eating.
Yeah,
but she enjoys it. We get that, and I can eat all the extra sharp cheddar cheese I want. I might get locked up for the next 24 hours, but it ain't gonna really.
Oh wow,
that's not eating all you want.
I can eat it. I'm just not gonna be.
Well, yeah, but being locked up does not mean you're eating it. I mean, yeah, you can put it in your mouth and put it into your system.
Digesting is fast.
Right. So yeah, exactly. But so that means you're having a constipation issue.
I'm surprised by that, man. Because
because do you get the sensation of you got to go boo boo, but it won't come out?
How are you with yogurt?
It's stuck.
I do. I get real gassy.
Yeah,
but it's okay.
Well, to you, but you're not there alone. So
I walk out the room. I'm not like you. I'm not like a.
When y'all in bed and you sleep and it's like
I get up and walk out. When it's like that, Trips, what you got to know is try not to be close to your loved one.
Well, you in the same bed. It don't matter how close you are.
You just go sleep your monkey ass on the couch.
There ain't nobody doing all that. But here's the thing. Because the lactose that Kez was talking about, the lactose intolerance, affects different ways. Sometimes you just get the farts, but I know personally, if I eat too much cheese, it clogs me up, and it's like the cheese solidifies in the intestines before it can flow out. And so my body is saying, I got to push it out. Everything's pushing, but the cheese is like, nah. And so you got to wait until your body can process it out. And then once you start flowing, it's like, oh, thank God. And then other people, it's just straight up, clam baking your partner because it's just low gas and you're good. Everything flows.
Dog, let me tell you something. Let me tell you good etiquette, bro. In a relationship, man. When you put some stuff in you that's going to make you a little bit foul, separate yourself, bro, in the house. If that means you need to get your punk ass on the couch, get on the couch. You need to be in another room, get another room. But don't nobody want to sit up there and smell your ass. I'm just telling you.
Who has the worst farts, kids? You or Miss Nova?
Say again.
Who has the worst farts? You or Miss Nova?
The worst by way of what?
Smell.
You already know that. Shit. We already know that.
I'm gonna sidestep this question with.
So that's a you then.
Don't let sidestep this question by answering my dog. My dog, my dog is on another level.
Is your dog in the bed with you on the floor?
Well, I don't know. I'm black people, man. My dog don't come up in my bedroom. You know what I mean? Like, what's wrong with you?
Wait, so at night you good? So So fall on the petard, kids, and say you.
I'll
Say
say
it.
me.
Say it.
I'll say me just to save the wife on this one.
There you go. That's all you had to do.
Yeah.
And by the way, I'm not one of them people.
Because now we know the truth, don't we?
I'm not one of them people that feels like, okay, because I'm in a relationship, I have to land in the bed with my significant other. I don't got to do that shit. Neither does she. If she
cuddling
needs
it.
it, how about this? What if she's foul that night and she needs to be away from you?
Hey, you got to love the warts too, baby.
No, dog. No, you don't.
You got to.
Look, I'm just gonna say this out loud. Like, y'all might as well get used to each other's farts, man. I'm just putting that out there as a thing. I think
I will not.
You need to. If you're in a house with somebody else,
it's gonna happen.
You might as well get used to it because they're going to happen. And quite frankly, I'm quite a fan of my own. So you know what I mean? I'm quite a fan.
Enjoy the bouquet, baby.
You know what I'm saying? There are times though when I offend myself, and those are terrible times.
Number one,
I mean, but it's like
hold on, Fitz. Let me tell you something, man. Number one, the way my diet is, my farts typically don't stink.
Listen to this man.
Well, hold on. I'm gonna tell you this.
Really smell like poo.
I'm gonna really tell you by way of what my girlfriend tells me. She told me that, and I'm just like,
she's telling she's
gassing your ass.
Well, let me finish, bro. Let me finish. I get out of the room when I do it, and every now and again, she just so happens. I'm putting up air quotes right now. She just so happens to have to come out of there. I'm like, what the fuck? You just like to be in the crop dust? You know, what are you doing? You know, she's just like, they don't stink. You don't even know why you're leaving. And I'm just like, because I don't want to do it next to you because I don't want you doing it next to me. And
hey, don't get somebody's yum.
We leave each other's presence like good human beings, not lazy as fuck. Get up and go. If you feel like that, go and fart somewhere else. I don't want to smell your ass.
Like what's funny, Scrolls, with what you're saying is women have a way of like hiding them. It's kind of
comment. Hold on, kids. His comment says 25 years, and I've never smelled my wife's farts. She farts, but I just don't smell nothing. Go ahead, kids.
It's true. Like they have a way of hiding them. It's funny. I remember like the first few times that I was like, damn, like where did that come from? But you know, it's just for the most part, they'll hide them. They are embarrassed by them. They don't like to smell under any pretenses.
But here's the thing, though.
I don't care.
There's a difference between trying to hide the sound. But how do you hide the smell? You don't control that.
Well, typically, Triple R, it's your diet.
Oh no! Because I knew a chick that grew.
No. You shouldn't have the nerve to be farting in front of people.
No, hold on. I knew a chick that grew what do you call that? Wheat germ in the bathtub. You know, because she was a strict.
Is that what they're calling it now?
No. Well, no, not that. In the bathtub, actual wheat germ, because she was a vegetarian. You know, but when she went poopy and boo boo, it was like, oh my god, you know, you couldn't light enough sticks of incense because it was just so bad. You know, there was no bad stuff like that would cause a stinkiness. You think because it was just mostly those green, veggie drinks, full of protein and all that healthy shit. But it was like, oh my god. So that was a healthy ass diet, but it smelled like
hey, let me tell you something.
Boopy.
Let me tell you something. Scrolls kind of hit it on the head. I'm gonna read what he says. He said it depends on a person's gut health. My wife eats a lot of Asian foods that are good for gut health. Let me expound on that a little bit. Good comment, Scrolls.
Scrolls also says that Nomad has the farts of a 12-year-old vegan, pure and fresh.
Well, I'm very regular, and so what I would say to you is, Remember what I told you guys the last time we was on the show? I had to make some ribs for remembrance of my girlfriend's mother.
Uh-oh.
We ate them, and we ate them, enjoyed them. They were good.
Good.
However, let me tell you something. Whenever you putting that kind of protein in your diet, that kind of meat, it doesn't smell good coming out. It does not. You eat enough ribs, and I ate salad. I ate corn. I ate. Let me see. Make sure salad corn. I ate greens to make sure it flushes out good. But I have a regular system, and so that only stunk one time. And so for somebody that has a different kind of diet, and you got all kinds of other greases in your stomach, because ribs are extremely greasy, and that's going to cause a lot of gas bubbles that really, once they start to fluctuate and come out of you in that end, they might not smell as bad coming out of your mouth when you burp, but when they come out of your other side, that shit stinks. Just meat itself, too much meat will mess up and make you stink bad. And so when you have regular good gut health, your gas doesn't smell as bad. I'm just telling you, if that's a good indicator that you probably need to start changing some shit pretty quick when they smell
Your
bad.
probiotics and all your all your gut health. Your gut health is different than your blood health, and that's different than your lung health, and it's all health. So thanks for sharing that with the. It took us a while to get there, but it's all the nastiness we got to go through, whether it be solo or in couples, because the body does things that are kind of unpleasant to other senses of the body, go figure. So as we age and progress through life, figure out what alcohols, what cheeses, what spices, what foods, your body reacts to, good or bad, and don't be stubborn. Listen to your damn body and live long and prosper.
Hey kids, another reason, as much as I love potatoes, another reason why I have to watch it is because they produce so much gas in my stomach.
Okay.
You get gassy from potatoes?
Potatoes make me gassy.
The starch.
I don't get gassy from potatoes.
Do you eat white rice and get gassy?
I don't eat rice.
No, I don't get gassy from white rice either.
I don't eat rice at all. Y'all got to get that shit out your diet, bro.
Well, I mean, rice, potatoes,
spaghetti, all that shit, man.
I love rice though. Like I'm trying. I haven't
white rice, brown rice, it don't matter.
I grew up. Come on now. Don't make
white rice.
Kind of difference to me.
Well, because what I've tried to do is understanding that the pastas, the rices, the starches are bad for you. You either give them up or you substitute and make do with what you can. So instead of white potatoes, where you can do sweet potatoes, like Kez was saying with the fries. Instead of white rice, do the whole wheat brown rice. To get the white flour out of the equation, out of your body, out of the system. So whatever it is you can do, try to substitute other things, because even though you're trying to be healthy, you still want to enjoy the taste, the flavors of life where you can, when you can. So big up to Chef Trips. Make sure you show him some love at his channel at Chef Trips, and enjoy the meals that you can, and make those adjustments. If you're allergic to allergics, we haven't spoken on allergies. That's a whole different class of people right there. And their menu preparations and how to adjust for flavors. So do what you got to do, because there is no set way to enjoy these recipes, whether they be the drinks or the food. So using these as a guide, adjust to your taste preferences.
Hey, let me tell you something, man. White rice don't taste like shit. Don't taste like nothing. It only tastes like something when you add flavor to it. So what it is we're used to white rice. We're used to pasta. The best thing for you, if you're going to eat rice, is wild rice. grab you some wild rice, really wild rice, and do the same thing you would do to the white rice. Do that with wild rice. And so you go grab your bouillon, whatever you use. I was talking to Trips. He put the au jus on it and cooked it in it. That will work great for wild rice, and you would enjoy that as well. It's just what you're used to. People have a hard time breaking from tradition, and
That's it.
that's
Kids,
it.
kids, you use that au jus sauce. You know, when it's in the refrigerator, it kind of solidifies on the top because the grease rises. You put that in the rice cooker or the Instapot or the pot, wherever you cook your rice. Then you give your brown rice a little rinse under the faucet. Then you dump that rice on up in there, and then you let it cook in that sauce. And so all of the au jus sauce flavor, or if you want to do a water and do a bouillon cube, or do flavor the water that your rice is hydrating in, and that will actually give it a flavor profile that you want it to have with whatever you're hydrating it in. So if you want to make a red beans and rice, or a dirty rice kind of thing, you flavor the water that the rice is cooking in, so when you actually eat the rice, it's flavorful. Because other than that, it's just like crackers. It just ain't no flavor to it.
Mm-hmm. A little pro tip: you can use soups.
Mm.
So cream and broccoli soup. Just scoop out half of that can, throw that in your
Condensed mushroom,
in your
condensed.
rice, cream and mushroom, same thing. Whatever soup you got, just with a little extra flavor. It works really well. It turns out very, very good. I'll be honest with you. But all that being said, all this rice talk, I grew up on rice and peas. That's what we eat in the Caribbean. Sort of a coconut rice mixture that you put together. It is delicious. End of the day, one of those things I just have to say, you know what? I just got to put that to the side for now. I'm not gonna try to cut as much of those white starches out of the diet. Rice, pasta, things along those lines. So
Well, look at Leo Factor. Big up Leo. Puerto Rican rice.
beans and ham.
Is fire. It has beans and ham. I mean, so you put the beans and ham in there with the dehydrated rice, and you let it simmer and cook with all that, and all that flavor is up in there. And then, yeah, come on now.
Let me tell you something, man. I've been around some Puerto Ricans, man, and
That's y'all.
they have some of the worst diets I've ever seen. But they make it work because they are who they are. You know what I mean? They eat rice, they eat beans, they eat fried hard pork, they eat pork of all kinds. But that's a whole conversation for another time.
Whole different flavor profile.
Yeah, man. It's
Rico.
I had some good Puerto Rican food before. I've had some good Cuban food before. I've had great Mexican food before. And I love it all. You know what I mean? So it's an experience for me because they cook with different flavor profiles. And so it's great, man. But we do have to do some Bears conversation if y'all ready for it.
Let's go.
All right. Let me move us to the side for a minute and get into it. Let's talk about this guy first, because there's a lot of people that come into the comments in after the show, and I'm not saying they saying bad things or good things whatsoever. They're just like, hey, yo, Nomad, why you ain't talking about Caleb Banks? He seems to be very popular in the Bears conversation. Clip this. I don't think that the Bears would really covet this player, and there's a couple of reasons why I think that. And I'm not saying he's not a good player. I think he's a good player. He's going to be solid for somebody. But what we're trying to do, I don't think he really fits.
Why do you say this?
Because he's big and he plays high. And he doesn't have the suddenness that you're looking for. It's almost like Javon Dexter, but it's really Javon Dexter, but plays way higher than Javon. And Javon plays pretty high. He's 6'6", about 315.
When you say
Yeah.
high, you're talking about pad level, correct?
Yes. He plays very high, and he gets away with it on a college level. When you get to the pros, it's gonna cost you because you just really made a bigger target area for the guys getting off the line of scrimmage. It made it easier for him.
How tall is he? You know?
6'6" and about 320 something pounds.
Yeah.
Maybe
I mean,
330. I think he's 330, as a matter of fact. If he plays here in Chicago, he's definitely gonna have to lose weight, and he's definitely gonna have to get his pad level way down.
so there's also the fact that he's injured, which I think plays a factor in just with Ryan Poles, considering how frequently he's drafted injured people. Right? He wants an impact player this time around. I think that goes without saying. I'm going to sit here and say that Caleb Banks is an impact player. I think that he is and will be in the NFL. It might take him a little while to get that pad level down and get acclimated to playing with it down. But I think he's going to be an impact player. But that injury case scenario, very recent, might push him out and cause him to potentially miss training camp for whatever team drafts him. And I think that's a risk that Ryan Poles won't be willing to make this time around.
Kids, I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that he's not a fit. He can fit in any
I
defense.
think he can. I think he can too.
I don't think he's what they're looking for. I don't think his body type and his play style is what they're looking for. With the draft picks that we have, I don't think so, but I can be proven wrong come draft day. But I'm personally, I just don't see him in the mold of any defensive tackle. And I know that we brought up Akeem Hicks that played in New Orleans while Dennis Allen was there. That was at a time that Greg Williams was running the defense, not Dennis Allen.
So
Remember,
Dennis Allen was still the
he was there.
he was still the DB coach at the time, is what you're saying.
Yeah, he was there.
Okay.
He just wasn't. He wasn't calling those shots like Greg Williams was. I just don't think he's a guy that, based on the recent film that I've seen, he doesn't fit that mold.
Okay. Like I say, I do agree with this take. Once more, I think he's a talent, and I'm sure he'll have a fantastic career in the NFL. I'm just not so sure that it will be with the Chicago Bears. I don't believe so.
Yeah, Leo Factor says, what DT prospects would be a fit for Dennis Allen? Peter Woods? ? He's definitely a better scheme fit for what I've seen Dennis Allen mold defensive tackles look like. He's more lower to the ground, quicker, more explosive, gets off the ball, low pad level. He's exactly, and at times when he gets tired, Peter Woods plays a little high, but it's not, even his high ain't as bad as Caleb Williams at 6'6". I mean, Caleb Banks. Yeah, at 6'6". When he gets tired, he gets really, really high.
Okay.
So I don't want to take nothing away from him and dog walk Caleb Banks.
Fair.
I think he can be a really good player in this league. I think he's a one technique. But if you, in certain systems, in a two gap system, I think he'll fit well at his weight at about 330 pounds. He can two gap very, very well because he's big. Now, in a one gap system that we play, Caleb Banks is really not ideal, in my opinion, based on what I've seen.
Okay.
Any thoughts, Trip?
I believe the procedure he had was a tightrope surgery on his ankle or foot.
You said that a couple weeks ago, didn't you?
Yeah. So, he's a big boy. That's not an injury that, I think has, I'm sure that maybe he can recover, but I don't think it's something that a lot of teams are going to, throw those dice on. So he may, fall down further in the draft, obviously if he was not coming off of a surgery. So he could be a little, a later round pick for somebody that turns out well. But I don't see Ryan Poles not only taking him because of the injury, but not being a scheme fit.
Yeah.
All right. We can get to the next guy if y'all want to.
Yeah, we can move on.
I
But
want to
now,
talk about,
one question: as you are bringing up that picture, I wanted to ask you a question.
sure.
Go ahead and take Caleb down. I bookmarked something because as we look at these prospects that you've broken down and that we are continuing to look at, there are some that are not on, these sites, as eligible guys to be drafted, like a lot of the HBCU players. But I saw this week that the Bears did visit the Hokies. What is that, Virginia Tech?
Mm-hmm.
And they scouted a defensive tackle called Kevin Gilliam. You familiar with him?
This is a short out for him.
Okay. So like players like this, how likely do you think players like this that you've already broken down have a short out for him, but he is not in the conversation as well? We got to get this guy a defensive tackle for the big boards that a lot of the draft procrastinators have up.
Well, there's a couple ways to answer that. One is you got to think about it this way: when you're thinking about who they bring into the building, next question it should be why. Why are you bringing them into the building? There's Aeneas Peebles, there's Kevin Gilliam, there's other guys that maybe they want intel on. You know what I mean? Just bring him in there and start asking what kind of teammate is he, what is his work ethic like, that kind of thing. Not to say that he's not a guy that they don't want to draft. And there could be a couple different reasons for doing that. Now that short is out there. All you gotta do is search it in the Nomad Network search engine, and you'll find that on this YouTube channel. There is that guy is exactly what I just got to describing. A little bit way lower to the ground, a lot quicker, and actually pretty textbook for what Dennis Allen likes per his history of drafting defensive tackles. And so if he's not a guy that everybody's talking about, I can't do nothing about that. I'm just telling you, the profile of what a Dennis Allen defensive tackle looks like. And if he's not somebody that everybody knows about, I can't do shit about it.
Well, but part of I say this is he even on, the boards, for the mock drafts to be selected? Is he an option?
I wouldn't know.
Kids, do you remember seeing him up there on any of the mock drafts?
No, not at all.
So I think that is part of, if let's say the Bears draft Gilliam or another player that is a player but not on the mock draft boards, they're gonna be like, well, who the hell is this guy? Where'd he come from?
Virginia Tech done a really good job there. They've had some defensive tackle prospects for the last couple of years, which I did Kevin Gilliam's breakdown a year ago. I just reposted it this year. I did that shit last year with FFG. Broke him down last year, but I reposted it this year because
was he looking at coming out last year and decided to stay another year in college?
Could have. I went on here and did the breakdown. I didn't know if he was going to come out or not with the NIL. You just don't know. And so you just do the breakdown, and whatever happens, happens. If you think he's going to come out, just do it. And that's where I was last year. But I definitely did that a year ago, and I still stand on what I said about him a year ago.
Okay. Right on. Right.
So that's what, if you go to the Nomad Network YouTube channel homepage and search the words Kevin Gilliam, you'll find it. All right, let's get to this running back here. And you guys, I think when you get eyes on him, I think you'll like him.
Does he got the juice?
Man, he's got track speed. Clip this. This is Raleek Brown out of Arizona State University, formerly of USC. Raleek Brown is, man, dude, first of all, the track speed is going to stand out to you. I know we talked about another running back last week that I didn't think had finishing speed because I felt like he should have got with I think he still should get with a track coach to help him finish and maintain his speed downfield. This guy has definitely been in with the track coach and he's run track. Raleek Brown has got real finishing speed. Real finishing speed. He is very sudden and accelerates and gets the top speed. Ain't nobody catching him once he gets up there unless they get lucky and trip and get a shoestring tackle. This guy is about 5'10", 5'11", about 190, 195 pounds, but absolute home run hitting capability. There ain't nobody talking about. Whether he's drafted or undrafted, somebody's going to get an explosive weapon out of this young man right here. He will absolutely leave a defense that has an offensive line that can block it up and provide a running lane for him. He can create his own running lanes because he's just shifty. He's really quick. And once he gets 2 and 2 together and gets upfield, ain't no catching him. You ain't running him down. And he's a nice receiver out of the backfield. Trips don't even ask the question whether or not he can block. He'll block. He's just going to get power drive. That's what little backs, that's what happens to him. Kids is looking at him. What you seeing?
I'm seeing all kinds of good stuff. He's a little guy. Like, I hate to say stuff like that about a guy who's
if it's true, speak it.
They're saying he's 5'10". He don't look like no 5'10" to me either. I'm betting like maybe 5'9", 5'8". Shoot, maybe even smaller than that. But he is he's fast as all get out. He's super fast. He's good on the he's a good receiving back. His like wow. His ability to just accelerate is huge. And he'll do it immediately. You know how some guys have like a burst? He doesn't really necessarily have a burst. It's always on that speed. It's like a true he's born at that speed. You know what I'm saying?
Pause right there, kids.
Yeah.
Raleek Brown, dynamic running back, transferred from Texas, known for his elite speed with a verified 4.47 40-yard dash time, though some scouting reports have him indicated he has run even faster with times as like a 4.37, and he boasts a sub 11 second 100-meter track speed.
Yeah.
I'll tell you something, man. I don't, y'all already know how I feel about what somebody times and what and who can measure it. All I see is what I see on the football field. When that dude gets up to speed, he's going to blow past you. He's just going to accelerate. And I can tell when someone, I'll have to do is look at the running form when somebody gets to top speed. And I know whether or not they've been with track coaches. This guy's been with track coaches. Form running is real. And you can, once you get up to speed and you can maintain that speed and accelerate past people that are trying to catch you, you know, this guy is that. This guy is that. And he can catch the ball. And man, he's got some, I don't know where he might be drafted, but I know if you can get your hands on him somewhere late in this draft, you got a guy you can work with that can really, really make some nightmares happen for a defense, man, with the kind of weapons we already have in Chicago. You put this guy in as a third, fourth running back, wherever you put him at, you got a guy that can really tear some shit up. I think Raleek Brown is a true sleeper in this draft.
You know, funny thing is I looked at a couple of the, draft prospect boards and the big boards, and he ain't on none of them.
That's okay. That's okay, Trip. It don't
No, I'm
matter.
not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying that it goes to my previous point of, this could be just hypothetically, Raleek Brown could be a player that Ben Johnson and Ryan Poles, want, and then they, draft him wherever they draft him, and I'm just priming the fan base to be like, don't trip if you have never seen these names or are familiar with these players because you're not a fan of that school or in that region. Because as Nomad is breaking these players down, I'm looking at the highlights and kids is looking at the highlights. The kid can play ball.
Yeah.
You only 200 and something people gonna get drafted. It doesn't matter whether he shows up on somebody's draft board or anything else like that. However, they get their hands on him, the guy is capable of being extremely, extremely impactful. In an offense like we have going on, you add a piece like this that can really complement a DeAndre Swift and what he brings to the table. Because without DeAndre Swift, we only had one person that can do what DeAndre Swift did. Only one. And I like Kyle Monangai, but there's one DeAndre Swift on this team. That's it. And DeAndre Swift ain't going to be here to the end of time. So, this guy is, I am telling you, I just love the acceleration and finishing speed. He finishes.
He's got some nice moves in general, too. He's got a really nice juke, spin move here, spin move there. He finds interesting ways to get to the end zone. I wouldn't say the field vision is spectacular, but I'd like to think that that'll grow on the kid down the road. In any case, he's creating space. So field vision be damned. He'll find a lane and he'll push his way through it.
You know what I like about him?
What?
Go ahead, kids.
I'm just gonna say that to answer your question about potential draft stock and where he might lined up, I don't see him even listed in the top 700 here. So it's that's an interesting look. Might be something that the Bears can grab via UFDA and stash him on the practice squad and see what they can do to develop another running back.
I remember there's a couple of guys that ended up on the Chicago Bears roster this year that nobody knew really anything about. But we talked about them here, and they ended up here. One of them was a UDFA. One of them we actually drafted, and that is notable. Shamar Turner ended up here. Nobody was talking about that cat at all. This is another cat, man. It's when there's only 200 something people getting drafted in a draft, and people make their boards, construct their boards, and it looks like these are the only good football players in America or in Canada or wherever in the world. And it's not true. Only a certain amount of these guys are going to get attention. You can't pay attention to them all. And so the ones that are talked about, the ones that show up on these so-called professional draft experts boards, give credence to it if you want to. I'm just telling you what it is. So this is a dog football player.
Well, no, it's not even about their boards. It's the actual mock drafts.
Right.
Some of these players aren't even on there.
Mm-hmm. That's good. I'm glad we the only one talking about him. It's gonna make it better in the long run. So let's talk about a guy. Clip this. This is defensive end Romello Height. Romello Height is about 6'3", and I'm going off of memory about 235 pounds. Typically, I would say that no way in hell he fits as an edge rusher here. The other, to parse that statement, I would say that I love his tape so much that I hope that there's a way that they can put him on this team, because he's a teammate of David Bailey at Texas Tech that everybody's talking about. It's going to be a very, very high draft pick. But the guy on the other side of him is this cat right here. Dog, he's electric too. He is electric. David Bailey's just bigger and is closer to form or fit in what we do. But wow, this guy's electric as hell, and as you can see from the image, he's yoked up. He is all muscle, and he's long. And so the only reason I'm doing this here with Romello Height is because people have asked me about him. I've done his tape. He's probably one of the earlier tapes that I've done because I liked it so much. The enjoyable tape, when you enjoy a tape, there's no work to that. You enjoy their reps. In fact, you go watch other people's stuff. You go back to their reps and make sure you didn't miss nothing. Go watch some more reps with somebody else. You go back to them because you enjoy it that much. Romello Height has that kind of tape. He is electric off the edge. And be honest with you, I don't think 235 really represents who he is. I think he's bigger. I'd say about 245, 250 from what I can see on film. I think he played a little heavier than that. Kid, you thinking something while you're looking at that tape?
I'm saying that 235. It's hard to maintain the speed that he puts on film if he puts on more weight. So that's all I'm saying is they're gonna ask him to put on some size when he gets to the NFL, guaranteed, just like they did Austin Booker, whether it's Bears or elsewhere. He's not frail, but he could clearly use some additional size. The speed he puts on might have a lot to do with him being at that low weight.
Is it not electric?
Oh, it's always going to be at 235, but that is against this level of competition. I don't know if he's going to be able to get past anybody in the NFL standalone at that weight.
I think if he's
is there an edge rusher you can think of in the NFL that runs at about 235?
There's a few of them.
Who? I just want some examples.
All right.
Even one would be good.
Hassan Reddick, one.
That's actually a good one.
There's a few of them. I'm just not thinking of them right off the top of my head. He just came to mind because he's a small guy.
Yeah.
And again, the last team you've known him to be effective with was with Philadelphia, and they run a 3-4. And this is why, when people ask me about certain guys that they're looking at film of and they just really like, they get excited about these players and they ask me why we don't cover them. And this is a good example of why. As much as we like a guy and what he can bring to the table, the next question you have to ask yourself is, does he fit in a 4-3 structure? And to be honest with you, on its face, Romello Height does not.
I'm just cluing into the scheme situation here now that I'm watching this film, and I can dig what you're saying for sure.
He is
much more effective in a 3-4.
He is. If you bring Romello Height in on this team, you're going to transition him to a linebacker specifically.
That's what you would have to do. You'd have to put him on. You'd have to set him up as a linebacker as opposed to on the edge.
Well, but then his coverage and he'll be able to play the linebacker responsibilities as opposed to rushing.
Maybe, right? Like, and just to put it out there, it really depends on what his football journey has looked like, right? I don't know. You're not going to get a lot of snaps. You're not going to get a lot of snaps with him in coverage, right? At the edge, you're just not. So, is he able to do it? Does he have history of doing it?
You can, if you watch enough of it, you can see him playing in coverage. He can play in space a little bit. He's long limbed. He's got long arms, long legs, and that kind of translates well in space. And okay. So that is one thing. That's you're getting asked to do that sparingly. When you're asked to do it sparingly, you can do it. You ain't gonna get but one or two of these every 3 or 4 weeks.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? As opposed to, no, you got to cover this and read it. Now you got to read it. In his job, they're going to tell him, you just drop over into this area right here in this flat, and you've done your job. As opposed to, as a linebacker, you got to read the keys, you got to read the formation, got to read the shifts, and all of that, and make a decision and react to the ball fast.
Exactly. I'm just saying this like, has he lined up as at the linebacker position previously, and does he have the football IQ for the position? It's really all I'm trying to say. Like, football IQ for an edge rusher is different than it is for a linebacker.
I think it'd be a big jump for him. I think he's got plenty of football IQ, but his I guess the traits about him scream so well to a coach that at Texas Tech would be coaching him. It's like, what does he do well? What does he do really, really well? Get after the quarterback.
Yeah.
That's what they asked him to do. And so now you're going to take him out of that role and say, hey, I want you to play wheel linebacker or middle linebacker. I want you to learn this stuff. Don't expect if we drafted a Romello Height and switched him to a linebacker, he's going to be worth a damn for at least a year or so. It's going to take some time.
Yeah, like I said, I like this prospect. I think he's going to have some good success in the NFL in Romello Height. I just don't know if it's going to be at that 235 weight. The last thing to say is more directly in relation to what Nomad has sort of laid out here. He's a better fit for a 3-4 defense than a 4-3.
Agreed. Y'all want to get to the next guy?
Sure.
Keep it moving. Send it.
This is let's just say this is safety Bray Hubbard out of Alabama. He is, and I'm just off the top of my head, 6'2", about 212 pounds or so. But boy, this is one of the guys I keep going back to. Bray Hubbard is his football intelligence is extremely high. Number one. Number two, field awareness, really good. But more importantly, for a box safety, which is what he can do that at a high level. He can play free. He can play out top, but he's so good in the box and so physical in the box and so good around the ball, he turns into an enforcer. A very strong one at that. A very strong one. Form tackler. What do I mean by form tackle? You run through the numbers, run through the hips, and you wrap the hamstrings. He's exactly how I was taught to tackle football players. He does it well. Sure tackler, great FBI, great just awareness all in general. Wow. This is another guy, Trips, ain't nobody talking about either. But hell of a football player. He is a dog. In every sense of the meaning dog.
Yeah, I'm searching for him now on the list of prospects for this upcoming 2026 draft, and I'm not finding his name whatsoever.
It's a shame. I've been saying for years, since y'all have known me, that we don't draft enough football players. In fact, that the NFL rosters are too small. It's not fair that Bray Hubbard ain't one of the guys that people are talking about during this process. He is that good.
Interesting. Tripp is right. I don't see him anywhere. So there is that. Again, this may be another one of those, especially at a position of need. If they can zero in on a safety prospect towards the end of the draft that they can scoop up as a UDFA, I think that's a brilliant move. This might be a very good look for the Bears.
The physical presence he's going to bring to your team, you can't really buy that.
Yeah.
You can, but you can't. You got to identify it. You got to know it when you see it, and know that when you put this cat into your building, mix him amongst the players that you already have, his intensity that he plays with is going to rub off on everybody. And if you see nothing when you're looking at his film, you're going to see intensity, effort, and straight out just presence, man. He makes himself, you're going to know when Bray Hubbard is around. You're going to know. And that kind of guy is priceless in a league that is as physical as it is. You have to have somebody that emphasizes physicality. And this guy has a PhD in physicality. Do you not see that on tape? I know you're looking at him, kid.
Yeah, no, he's a sure tackler, man. A little bit of a heat-seeking missile. I'm not sure if one would call him a ball hawk, but he can get involved. Got a good eye. Clearly super high football IQ. So I'm interested in Bray Hubbard, but again, it looks like it would be something they would, an investment they would make after the draft.
Now in Alabama, where he played, they have such good athletes that you can really, really morph coverages and play with kind of a hybrid kind of a look and kind of move guys around. So many times I see him playing as an extra linebacker at safety. And that kind of versatility is attractive to defensive coordinators anywhere in the league. He knows the role. He can play, he knows the safety role at heart. But coming down closer to the box and playing linebacker is not a big shift for him. You can take a linebacker off the field and go and play a safety in that role. It just made your defense a little bit more hybrid. I'm not saying he is the bomb.com in coverage. He can play. He can play in space and cover. He can. Is that his strength? No. His strength is down low, cracking your ass. That's what he does. He's going to crack you. And I like guys that have a major in cracking people's behinds. That's what Bray Hubbard brings to the table. So, man, this guy is so very underrated. I think he's going to be one of the better safeties drafted in this class. He's just not being discussed very much, if at all.
Interesting. Very cool.
Nice.
All right, we got one more to get to. Another edge rusher. And this guy is right there on the edge of where I think, and actually Samo said it last time he was on the show. He was just like, the next time they draft an edge rusher, he's going to be about 260 pounds. This is Nadame Tucker, about 6'3", 250 pounds even. Now, his play strength says bigger than 250. His play strength says about 275. He is powerful, explosive, quick, sudden, and absolutely relentless when it comes to his motor. Clip this. The Nadame Tucker is going to be a monster in the NFL. His engine tells me that, number one, but his skill set tells me that he fits in either a 3-4 or a 4-3 at 250 pounds. He is a horse at Western Michigan. Absolute horse. He's playing at Western Michigan. Take that for what you will. But man, the skill set, man, kiss my behind. This guy can play football. And at the end of the day, what are guys looking for in those buildings? Guys that can play football. Okay, does he fit the size criteria that you're necessarily looking for? Maybe not so much, but I like him. These are conversations being had at House Hall right as we speak, just like we're having them right here on the show. He's 250. He's right there on the edge. He can do it. He can do it. But the bend, the slip, I mean, he can. I mean, Nadame Tucker can bring it. I just want to know if one of you guys are looking at his film.
I'm not looking at it just now. I'm about to pull it up. I've seen a little bit of his film previously, and I kind of wanted to speak to you with regards to this guy. This guy might, in my opinion, he might be a decent fit for Dennis Allen a little bit later in this draft if for one reason or the next they don't go edge rusher early.
He's the kind of guy that can easily fly under the radar because of where he played at and because of what all the attention being given to all these other guys that everybody's talking about. This guy is extremely good.
It's exactly sort of my thoughts. Like he may sort of slip in and be a solid selection at the edge. He's got decent bend. Looks like he's got a long arm stab as a general move.
He's slippery as hell, man.
He can be slippery. Okay.
Yeah. True Pilgrim is saying, this is my guy, Nomad. He's a stud. I want to draft him so bad. Red Baron is saying he does like edamame with soy sauce. That's something different, you son of a bitch. But he does say bend and oh, come on, settle down there, Red Baron. Damn. Go ahead, Nomad.
No. I
pause.
I mean, who he reminds me of is number 40. What's his name with the glasses? What's his name? I'm just thinking.
Von Miller?
That's who he reminds me of.
That's a big thing to say, but I feel what you're saying. He's slippery like that. He is.
Von Miller can get over you. He can get under you. He can get around you. So can Nadame Tucker. This guy is coming from Western Michigan. So, you're laissez-faire fan of football, Bears football, whatever fan base he's involved with. He's ain't nobody's talking about Nomad. Kids, trips. It's like, what y'all talking about? Because I can see and we can see what he can bring to the table. And he ain't got to be talked about for us to be talking about him over here. Just telling you.
Yeah.
This is the shit we do around here. This guy is a stud. And I'll put my name on that.
No, you're 100%. He's probably got a little bit of work to do, but his one thing to really say he's got a bag of tricks. He's coming in with a bag of tricks. He really has some nice bend and a ghost rush.
Somebody just asked, Leo Factor just asked, he says, how does he play in the run?
I was just gonna say, Leo, he plays it well, man. He plays it very well.
As hell.
He's a problem in the run game.
He's gonna wreck.
Yeah, he's a problem in the run game. No two ways about that. It's one of the first things I noticed with this particular player. Like he's all around a great pass rush prospect. He can be had a fair amount further back in any given draft. I'm trying to see where they have him lined up. I've seen him.
I love it that True Pilgrim knows exactly who the guy is. I love it.
Wait, what?
He could be. I won't even argue with what True.
Wait, hold on. Wait, put that comment back up there. True Pilgrim is saying, and I quote, he's the best edge in the draft, and he's standing on that.
I can understand why he feels that way. I can understand why he feels that way. And that might sound like some sacrilege right there, but it ain't.
It's not really. Here's where it is. He's a projected 5th round selection. So that's where things get really interesting, right? Like he's much further back. He's one of those guys that I would be like, again, if you go in all other different directions early in this draft, you may be able to come back to a Ndamukong Tucker and find a diamond in the rough accidentally.
Kid, you talking about the truest thing you ever heard or sacrilege, and talking about how systems are controlled. And you know what? The NFL is a big corporation like any other big corporation out there. They don't want certain names to be talked about as much. And I'm clear about that since I started doing this podcasting thing, but I was pretty clear about that before y'all ever met me. Because there's too many really, really good players that came out later in the draft that nobody was talking about. Like he is definitely going to be one of them guys.
Ooh. Oh,
He is
okay. All right.
he's
Now,
definitely going to be one of them.
well, what I'm looking at here, obviously Nomad has seen more of the, the film, but just first impressions, he's slippery. And Howie Bears, what can you give me a comp or two? Help me understand. And
Miller.
Nomad said Von Miller. And if you look at the way he plays from like a 2-point stance, he kind of goes around, the offensive tackles. It's like, get out my way. Or he can transfer that speed to power with a bull rush.
Yep.
And he's sturdy at the point of attack. And his get off the ball is like he knows the snap count. And he's anticipating the snap count as he knows it. And it's a consistent thing. So it's not like he's getting lucky or getting a lot of flags. So it's understandable, considering that he did have 14 and a half sacks, over the course of the season. So his production is actually there in addition to the physical intangibles. And, as Ben Johnson and Dennis Allen and Ryan Poles have been saying, now their focus is good football players, in addition to, but aside from just the RAS scores or the physical acumen. But it looks like Mr. Tucker, he got that both. He got that, playing to the echo of the whistle. He doesn't miss tackles when he gets his hands on, the ball carrier. He lines up on both sides of the field. He can, he has a bag of tricks. He can go outside. He can go inside. He has, violent and quick hands. So, I would be more than happy to, welcome Mr. Tucker to the team if Dennis Allen, deemed him as a scheme fit and Poles decided to draft him.
I would.
What a sleeper, bro.
Yeah, like well said. I think Ndamukong Tucker is more of a sleeper selection. To me he's a scheme fit. His bag of tricks, the tools that he brings to the table is a little bit more enticing than one might think. So like you just listed off a few different little areas that he has sort of in his repertoire trip. There's a lot. Like he's got a swim. He's got a swim move. He's got a ghost to swim or swim to ghost. There's a lot that you're getting with this particular player right out of the gate. So I'm not really sure what level of development he requires, and that's a great thing to say
because he's ready made.
He's ready to go.
That's the value of that's one of the hidden values of being in NIL is you don't have to haul ass and be. This is why I hear a lot of and I'm talking about I read their TikToks, I see what they say on Twitter once in a while. They keep telling these guys, stay on in there, get your money. Don't be in a rush to get out. And stay where you are. And that what I mean by that is it's a lot of people that want to haul ass and get into a transfer portal because they want more attention for themselves. They want to be, and I don't blame them because they're young, their minds are a little undeveloped, and they're less emotionally put together. So they're very narcissistic at that point. Very. And so they ain't getting the pub and attention at some big school where there's a bunch of names and I can go over here and I can get more attention and people be talking about me more. I understand that mindset. I can understand that. But if you're a dog and you insist on being that and you ain't got to think about it, be a dog wherever the hell you are, even if you at Western Michigan. And so for that, I respect Nadame Tucker because I'm sure he could have went somewhere else.
Yeah.
You look at that skill set and you tell me he couldn't.
Yeah, it looks like he's not on a couple of prospect boards, but I see of the mock draft sites, but I do see that he is a projected 5th rounder, but he is also a little bit older at 25. So he's been doing whatever he had to do coming from New York, to get to Western Michigan, but he's got that grown man developed body and maturity, it looks like.
So that sounds like a little compromise from my boy Triple R.
Well, I wouldn't say first rounder. You know what I'm saying? Let's not push the envelope.
We got a little movement. That's good. That's good.
Second, well, third, wherever they get them, but I don't put it like this. I have my own preferences of what I would do if I'm the GM, but guess what? I ain't the damn GM. And so whatever, Ryan Poles does, as long as it's successful, I drink to that. If the moves don't pan out, screw them. So whoever they choose, I have no preferences. I got no favorites, because as Bears fans or just fans in general, the closer we get to the draft, the anxiety is going to build, and guys are going to get tribal about their favorite prospects. Like we've seen already here in the chat. It's like Bain is this guy. How dare you besmirch his name and say that Tucker is better than Bain, or this receiver is better than that receiver. So you're going to have the favorites. And then when somebody likes a guy you don't like, you're going to call them names and they're going to call you names. And fandom. You know how that goes. So as we go on, if Mr. Tucker here, becomes a Bear in, a little under a month now, I would welcome him with open arms, even though he is, kind of old and shit. His insurance rates already went down, all of that.
All right, let me answer Scrolls. He says 25 is a bridge too far. I tell you why I would refute that. And that's because of what we done in free agency or not. You know what I mean? Think about what happened in free agency and the opportunities that we had. When you think about it in this
the hell?
Sorry, guys.
When you think about it in that regard, I think personally, and y'all can tell me if you think I'm off in my way of thinking. I think that they thought and they think that they can find a more mature, well put together edge rusher in the draft, as opposed to paying a whole lot of money for him in free agency, because of the maturity that NIL brings to the table. It allows those guys to stay a little longer and turn 23, 24, 25 years old. I think that's what they're thinking. And if you think that's out of the realm of reasonability, tell me, because that's what I think they're thinking right now.
I just don't know what causes you to be 20,
Well, Leo chimed in. He'll be 26 this June.
He will be. I was just going to say he'll be 26 as a rookie. I'm not sure what causes you to really be that old coming into the NFL. Like a Canadian, I get it. Say what now?
Because it pays.
Well,
to
so does
stay
the
in
NFL.
college.
So does the NFL, right? You can make the decision to jump in or no.
Well, of course, you haven't traversed the college atmosphere.
What does that mean?
That means you don't know what the benefits are.
You know what I mean? If you got a few dollars coming in, you know what I'm saying? You in Western Michigan, you the big man on campus. You know what I'm saying? You can swing that Dexter St. Jacques loving, and chill on campus for a couple years, while, raking in the dough. Ziggy, if you will, raking
Ain't
the
nobody,
dough.
ain't
And
You
nobody
go to
trying
the NFL and go pro. You all the poontang
ain't
stuff.
nobody
You're
can't
saying?
ain't nobody trying to rush you a job where recreation is paying you.
But now see, but that comes the question. He's good on the field. He looks like it, but what I think Kids is alluding to is his desire, to be great in football in the pros.
This is why. This is why
You
he's
know
a
what I
fifth
mean?
rounder.
Hey, y'all missing the whole big picture, man.
Well, but I mean, we get it. You want to stay in, enjoy the benefits of being young and paid in an environment where it's like, hey, let's party. How you doing? Hey, girls, come on over. Nice to see you and all that fun stuff. But his drive and his determination to be great in the NFL, to be a legendary player, which is one of those prerequisites that Ryan Poles had, as well as the physical acumen. So it's just not a question of his football talent, but his drive, determination, and motivation.
Less important than I can eat free at Shoney as soon as I wake up. Me and my whole squad.
Shit, that
And then
breakfast bar,
as soon as
baby.
I get done eating, I can go to the room and there's a couple of them waiting on me.
You know what I
No,
mean?
ain't
You know what I
nobody
mean?
worrying about none of that bullshit.
I
That's
understand.
important.
I understand.
Hey, I ain't mad at Ndame. I'd beat Ndame if it was me. Straight up. I'm staying. Shit.
Well,
Western Michigan.
you can bring the chicks with you, bro. I'm just letting you know.
Well, you even
Bring 'em-
get a
bring 'em-
better class than Western Michigan.
It'll be harder to trade them in, but you can bring them with you.
No offense, Western Michigan.
So part of his thing is he
You
didn't
know what
start
it
playing
is.
football until senior year of high school.
What a great skill set if somebody who never played football until a senior year in high school.
Well, I'm sure he's put all of that together in the collegiate ranks, right? So the other piece is because he didn't start until late, he wasn't a highly touted draft prospect, so he went the JUCO route to get to where he is. So he went through JUCO, spent a couple of years, doing his thing there, then eventually found his way to where he's at. So it's not so much a situation where he was stuck and staying in for the sake of staying in. He had a bit of a different path. Like his path looks, smells, and feels like a Canadian kid. The difference being a lot of these Canadian kids have played their entire lives and have just, they still have to go the JUCO route to get to where he's at. So, interestingly enough, like I'm saying, guys, the all around body of work that I'm seeing from this particular player, I'm interested.
And not to disparage older players and however they get to this point to be discussed on some extra sauce on the breakdown to be a nomad dog, just what was it, whatever the movie was that tech dude from Leverage that plays in the new Prime, Alex Cross, black dude. He played a football player who got some false charges allegated against him. He went to prison for a little bit, but then when he got out, he still worked hard and he finally got a tryout, because he was good. You know what I mean? So he still worked hard and he was older now, obviously, because of the time behind bars, but he still was able to produce. Now, granted, that's a totally different person, and I'm not saying Mr. Tucker here, went that route, but whatever route it took, whatever obstacles he had to overcome, and maybe it wasn't just, hey, I want to hang back and kick it for a little bit. He had to get to where he is, and now he's there, and now he's here. However he does it, if he can be a dog for the Bears, I will welcome him with open arms.
All I can tell you is two things. The NCAA is the new professional football, number one. And number two, I just don't know how the hell we got to discussing geriatrics with a mid 20-year-old.
Well, 26.
We
That's
got
past
into,
mid.
we're like, oh, he old. come on.
Well, I mean, for a rookie,
Come on, man.
that's added. That you know what I mean? So, if he's good and it's like, yeah, we want to re-sign him in 4 years, it's like, well, damn, he's 31 already.
It, it,
30, you know what I mean? Then it's like, well, can we get a 21, 22-year-old model?
I'm
But
like
then they don't have the maturity and the size.
I'm like Pilgrim, man. If we talking about Ndame in the third round, he'd be hyped. If he lasts to the third round, I think it's a miracle.
He will because of
He
his
will not.
No, he will, man.
No, he won't, bro.
There's a lot of prospects in front of him.
It don't matter, man. This motherfucker,
and they're good prospects. I think he comes out in the fourth round, if not realistically as they're projecting him in round 5.
You looking at people's projections that I'm telling you, this guy is bad.
Yeah, I mean, where was Hippolyte projected last year, Cass?
No draft.
Well, so how well did that work out for us?
Well, that's not my point.
He wasn't even supposed to.
That's my point. That's my point, right? So yes, he was projected as a UDFA, and we went out on a limb and selected him, and here we are. But yeah, somebody could jump out and pick up this guy anywhere because I think he has that kind of talent. I actually do, just from what I'm seeing on film. There's the only thing I don't think I saw was a spin move. Just putting it out there. Like if there's something I didn't see, I don't think I saw a spin move, but I saw every other potential pass rush move that you can pull off, and he's executing them with like the greatest of ease. You know what I mean?
Let me ask you this, Nomad. As a rookie at 26, his game right now, is he mature, or is there still meat on that bone that he can develop and get more a spin move or other moves?
Is two things can be true at the same time. He's mature and there's still meat.
I don't think he needs a spin move. Like I'm just being nitpicky.
Well, I mean, is he at his ceiling now, or is there still elevation in his game to be had?
He's closer to a ceiling than a lot of players that's going to come out at 21, 20, that age frame. He's closer to that ceiling, but still with a lot of meat on the bone.
Okay.
I agree. I just don't know what, I don't know what they're going to ask from him.
He's got counter. He's got, hold on, Kaz. He's got his pro move. I'm talking about his primary move when I say pro move, and he's got a counter move to it. That is, again, I'm telling you guys, the longer these guys stay in college, the better player you're going to get when you draft a rookie. And it is very top tier, like I said about Akeem Mesidor. He's right there in that category. Right there.
I like this kid a lot. I would love it if they got both of these guys.
So it could be 51.
We got a geriatric DL, but I don't.
And then take Bud Clark at safety.
Perfect. We have the oldest team.
There it is.
Oldest rookie squad in the NFL, and I'm fully with it. I like all three of these players, to be honest with you.
I think the No Maniacs love this guy. I can tell by the comments in here.
Look, y'all,
True Pilgrim said, what was that? You can always get better, but he's almost a finished product. You
Not
can't
quite,
Leo factor. You can't coach the way he plays. He has motor / agility.
Man, I'm telling you, there's very few of them I was this impressed with. And Ndame Tucker was right off the bat.
Yeah, he looks great. Like I said, I wanted to ask you about this player because I looked at him before, and he kind of has everything that you need. Like he kind of does. There's one area, and that's just length. He's not the lengthiest guy out there. That's all.
Doesn't matter.
It neither was Khalil Mack. Just put things out there, right? So I think this guy comes in the NFL and he gets the job done in a major way. They ask him to do something, whether that's put on a little bit of weight or drop a little bit of weight. I don't know what they're going to want from him, right? But as far as as far as having the know-how to do the job, this guy has it. And the one thing we didn't talk about was coverage. He'll drop in the coverage, y'all.
He's a stud football player.
He'll drop in the coverage. He'll get it done there too. So there really isn't any facet of his game on the edge that he doesn't have on lock.
I just say he's the baddest top 3 to 5 football players in the draft not being talked about. And I think
not being talked about, you're damn straight.
Yep.
Yeah. And I
you're damn straight.
I'll go with that. But now addressing Red Baron, he's all in on Booker. It's his year. And that's cool. But he can't be the only one. You know, if he gets dinged up or he's out for a game or he needs to catch his breath, you know, for a series or a quarter or whatever, you know, who's behind it? You know, you got to have depth behind, you know, your front line. And it's good that Booker's, you know, up there, but you know, we got to keep that that process moving behind him. You know, with guys that are pushing him. That's like, well, man, you know, Tucker came in, or you know, insert player here, and it's like he's really pushing Booker or insert player. That's the kind of competition we want on the roster. So yes, this is not a slight or a detriment to Booker, but you know, you got to have that next generation coming up as well.
It's
go ahead, kid.
Yeah, I just about Booker, and y'all know how I feel about Booker. I love the kid, but I'm gonna say it like this, Scrolls. Last year was Booker's year, and unfortunately, he got hurt early into the year, and it kind of skewed the view of his season. I think he had a great season, but what really came out of last season, as far as Austin Booker is concerned, was the fact that we need a better rotation on the edge, period, with or without him. So I think we continue on. We get that rotation in place by selecting somebody like this or somebody earlier on to really prove that we've got a powerful rotation on the edge on both sides, and away we go, right? Just like Tripp said, if there's any attrition, if there's any injury, we have somebody that can sort of step up to the plate and help out.
I think this, to close this out before we get into the next subject, I think we should think about it this way. I'm talking about as fans. We all are fans. I'm a fan just like you are. You guys are. We just have a podcast. I'd say this. I think this this new regime that's come in here has proved to be pretty goddamn on ruthless when it comes to what they want and the kind of guys that they want, particular skill sets, particular weight distribution, size, length. They're going to get the guys that they want in the building. And no matter what we think about whoever it is, whether it be Austin Booker, whether it be Javon Dexter, or anybody else that you see on this team, you got to know that they have their idea of what this thing should look like. And if as highly as I think about Austin Booker, I cannot forget that we have another coach that's designing this defense. And he might think counterclockwise to what I think. And off we go to another move. And so I just say this. No matter what you think about Ndame Tucker on film, no matter what you think about Austin Booker on film and how much you like him, they're going to have their way with this roster. I don't give a shit what y'all think about it. I don't give a shit what I think about it. That's just the truth.
Yeah.
We got to keep moving, man. Unless y'all got any lasting thoughts about this, we can keep moving.
Final thoughts. I really like the player. I think he jumps out, man. Ndame Tucker, y'all.
I agree with that one, Mr. Canuck. But we do have to talk about some other stuff here. My girlfriend is about to run over my feet, and I'm moving them. She just came home. Let me get this off the screen, man. You know what? Instead of me giving any opening thoughts about, we're going to get into Doomsday Survival. Give me a quick thought of what you think about the current events right now, kids, before we do it.
Things are messed up all over. To quote Cheech Marie, times are tough all over, man. Probably about as easy as I can say it. I know who's doing what, why. Nothing makes sense. Ain't nobody trying to give any viable explanations, and we're all left sort of holding the bag and paying for it. Fun
I,
times.
I feel a certain sense of responsibility as somebody that has learned to prepare for any given situation to share what I know to the people that you know, even the people that know. For more importantly, the people that really need a jump start point. And I think that's where we can come in and be a really good accentuation to what we have going on today, man. And let's just start with this. Kids, trips, either one of y'all that wants to read this out. If you don't, let me know. I will read it out. But read it out and we'll start from the top and kind of bounce this conversation back and forth with each point because I think each one of them are specific things that we need to talk about in particular to help people out.
All right. Going one at a time. Critical warning signs. Continue. 1. Severe global energy and economic disruption continues.
Gas prices continue to soar. Number 2.
No, I thought we were going one at a time.
No, you can go if you want to, Trent.
Oh, okay. All right. 2. Gas prices continue to soar. 3. Forced production cuts. 4. European energy shortfall. 5. Regional destabilization. 6. Expansion of war fronts. 7. Possible direct nuclear exchange. 8. Targeting of desalination plants. 9. High civilian and military toll. 10. Rerouting of global shipping. And 11. Global food security concerns.
Okay. Before anybody jumps on any one of these, just know pick something that really sticks out to you if you want to talk, and we can just bounce around these subjects. I would pretty much want to start at the top, but that's me. Y'all, y'all do it the way you want to.
No, let's just go.
Go ahead.
Severe global energy and economic disruption continues. Yeah. So I don't even know where to start anymore. You know, I'm just being real about stuff like this. The how we are bears. The world is upside down. It really is upside down. It's gonna. What I've heard is that countries are starting to have, to country leaders are starting to have keynotes, sort of saying that, hey, there's a war going on outside, no one is safe from. Sorry, it's going to cost us, as in you and I. Right, things are going to get way more expensive. Cost of living is going to go up, and it's going to be disruptive to the way that we conduct regular, old, everyday stuff.
Life is going to change.
Life in general is going to change, and this is what they're saying out there. And the worst part about all this is if the reasoning for this war was factual, was in place and provable, I think everybody would have got up and said, hey, you know what, we're going to back the US and Israel, and let's just go shut this thing down and put it the way that it should be. Let's make things right. I don't think anybody believes that it was like a factual correct thing that was jumped into, and that leaves America holding the bag in the worst way. And it's terrible to sort of look at because everybody's looking at America going, so why are y'all in this thing? And what's even funnier is the Israelis are like, yo, we just gonna keep bombing, but we're not gonna send anybody over there. So like if y'all gonna send somebody over there, that'd be cool. But we're not gonna, we're not gonna send anyone because that, like, we don't want our troops to
Well, let's just stay
Well,
where
but
we
that
are.
goes to
Hold on for
the
a second.
expansion of number
Hold on.
6 war fronts.
Hold on
Because
for a second, Triple R, please.
Huh.
Let's just stay where we are. We're talking about severe global and energy economic.
well, I mean, but it's
Hmm.
all the same thing.
No,
I mean, because
not
as
really.
you expand the war fronts, the severe global energy and economic disruption, is forcing production cuts because in America here, we are inconvenienced, quote unquote, by paying higher energy prices. To whereas Europe, their energy shortfall, Asia, energy shortfall, they don't have the gas or the oil. So they have to be inconvenienced to the point that they can't fill up their cars or
Well,
for their generators.
that's
It's
what I'm
more
trying
of
to
an
say. Trip.
inconvenience. It's not an inconvenience. It actually affects their everyday life. And so all of this list as the epicenter is, like this one place, the global effects are different for certain regions and areas, but it's all bad.
So
across the board.
when it number one is talking about severe global energy and economic disruption continues. We talked about that a little bit last week. And this week, I'm going to say this. And to add number two to that, the gas prices continue to soar. We're definitely seeing that in the last several weeks here. I don't know where you live at, but wherever you live at, I'm guaranteeing that you're seeing an increase in prices when you're going to pay for petrol. You're definitely going to see that. That's affecting economies everywhere. All economies are driven off of crude. I just say that crude, gold, silver, basic stuff like that. All are derivatives of what the big picture looks like. And I'm telling you, the big picture looks bleak because us over here in the Western part of the world, Western societies depend heavily on the stability of what happens in that part of the world. And because we have been shunned in that part of the world based off decisions that are made here in this country and by the state, not state, these evil sons of something in the Middle East that are claiming that land over there, they have put, you know what, I ain't even going to put it on them. It's part to do with our decision making over here. But the disruption continues. Gas prices continue to soar. Third thing is forced production cuts. What that means is in other parts of the world, that means that they have to, like, in, let's just say, Oman, let's just say Qatar, let's just say Saudi Arabia, that are expected to produce a certain amount of barrels of oil in a day, not in a week, not in a month, in a day. They have to stop producing their product and stop enriching their countries because they cannot. And so, because of that, that's going to cause an energy shortage domino effect that will land on us eventually. And I'm knocking on wood, hoping that it doesn't affect us so severely in the western part of the world where we have to put a budget on how much energy we use, and it's going down that road. And so when we get ready to get into these hot summer months, how many hours can you use your air conditioner, your central air, whatever you got going on inside your house? That's what that means. Can you, okay, you might get 2 to 3 hours out of the day, where your neighbor gets another 2 or 3 hours out of the day to use your central air or your air conditioning. That's where this is going. And so the free flowing of those goods coming to this part of the world where we need them more than that part of the world needs them, it's going to definitely affect us. Our way of life is going to be affected. I can promise you that. And that's what this means at number 3, force production cuts. We're going to have to conserve. What you thinking, kids?
Yeah, it's all, like I said, it's all messed up, man. I don't there's when I say it's all messed up, really the thing that's messed up is the American petrodollar, and all the stuff that you sort of looked at here just means that yes, it's going to cost North Americans a lot more than expected to do regular things. About that simple. The real downside is that the rest of the world is the rest of the world is starting to negotiate around America.
Yeah, they should.
And this is the visage from a guy in a country who's outside of America. That's what's happening. And when the tariffs started, I was like, why don't we do this? We should start to negotiate sort of around America, and that makes sense. So those conversations were spurred, and a fire was lit underneath them even before this war. And now that the war is in effect, those conversations are so more prevalent and have so much more girth with respect to, we need oil now because we can't really manage it the way that it was managed before. It looks like it's going to China. And if that's where it's going, we need to have bilateral agreements with them. Right? So things are shifting and changing from a global trade perspective. And again, that came into effect with those original tariff talks. Now they're incorporating full-on energy reserves.
Well, remember earlier, I told you about the $1 billion taxpayer money payoff to the French company for them not to produce, renewable energy in those wind farms. So we look at the reliance on oil, and it's a finite substance. There's only so much of it on the planet. And there's a thing here in this country. We got this American exceptionalism. We're the world police. Fuck yeah. And so we can do whatever the hell we want, when we want, wherever on the globe, because we got the baddest military and we'll kick your country's ass. So if there's somebody that pisses us off, or if we decide to send in our, covert intelligence agencies to, poke the hornet's nest or disrupt another country because we have our sights, and I say our as a country, set on their resources, whatever they may be, or we decide to, literally bomb Venezuela, take their leader and be like, hey, y'all oil? Yeah, that's our shit now. And, that is literally what happened. And so it's like sucking up the world's resources as opposed to doing renewables. That's still a thing. But when you look at it, it's like we are programmed as Americans to have, love for country. Why before every goddamn sporting event do we have to say the national anthem? What does that have to do with the game that's about to happen? When every politician says, America is the greatest country in the world, on earth, and all the Americans go, yeah. Or when Kevin Warren or any other president of an organization says Bears fans are the greatest fans on the planet, yeah, we are. And just that psychological, tribal, reinforcement. We do that as a country a lot, and as citizens, we've been dumbed down through the education system, through the filtered media, so we aren't taught or share to what our leadership, our government is doing abroad. They don't tell us as citizenry. So when we see another country, send a shitload of caravan of migrants over here, it's like, whoa, we don't want all that. But it was us that made the situation in their homeland that caused them to come this way in the first damn place, to start off the cycle. So as a country, we start a whole lot of shit. And a lot of our fellow citizens are not with that, but a lot of our fellow citizens don't understand that, and they're very quick to wave the flag or disparage anybody who tries to say, hey, sit back, do some critical goddamn thinking for yourself and understand what's going on. And that's an internal struggle that we're having as a citizenry within these boundaries.
Correct. And
interesting.
And I want to hold on, man, because
go ahead.
He said a lot. He just said a lot, and there's a lot of layers to what he just said. And just to keep this thing moving, we're talking about number 4 and number 5. He's talking about European energy shortfall and regional destabilization. Those two go hand in hand, in my opinion. Those two go together. That's a given, in my opinion, in this equation. Energy shortfall, regional destabilization, they go right together. But expansion of war fronts is another thing. And that leads us into the conversation that's been had about, World War III, which is everybody's worst nightmare. You've been growing up, if you're my age and anybody else's age that's alive right now and you're still relatively young, you always have been worried about the next war, World War III. That's the one, I guess religiously it says it's going to end it all for everybody. And so that's scary to think about. But the number 7 is the thing that I would circle and say that if you pay attention to what we do over here on this channel when it comes to doomsday survival, even before this thing happened, we were always trying to get people to give reason to getting certain items in case things go left. This is before all of this. We were doing that over here on the channel. And I'm going to say this again. Possible direct nuclear exchange is real. It's very real. And, what's worse than that is the fallout from it. Contamination, air, and all that comes with it is
So you think this is real where?
I think what's real where?
What are you talking about?
Nuclear exchange.
Well, who's exchanging these nuclears?
That's what I'm asking you. Do you think nuclear exchange is real in North America?
Yeah.
How?
I mean, who's firing at who?
I think it can start in one part of the world and can end up here in North America. Yeah, I believe that. Call me crazy, but I believe that.
I'm going to say you might be crazy on this one, and I'll get a little bit deeper as to why. There's only certain why they dropped the bombs in the first place is because they don't want Iran to ever get to the point where they might be able to, first of all, just manipulate uranium to the point that they could have a bomb. This is how far away.
You're talking in proxy, bro. You're talking in basically propaganda and what we've been led to believe what Iran is. You don't like there's proxies going on here.
Who are the proxies?
China and Russia.
Well, those aren't proxies. Those are the guys who actually have nuclear capabilities. You know what I mean?
That means
they're the real threats. All right. Those are the real threats. The facts are neither one gives a shit about what is happening over here. They don't care because their thing's working. If there's a direct infringement on what's happening in China or a direct infringement on what's happening in Russia, then yes, indeed, North America's in a tumultuous state. As of like in today's world, that's not where we are. Right now, Russia got its own thing going on. They're dealing with it. Ain't nobody really infringing on that. China got its own thing going on, which is let me get that oil, USA, you screwed up. China's positioning itself as the new world police, as far as Tripp just said. They're looking like the new world police. And if they take over that mantle, that's technically fine, because while they're taking that mantle over, they'll be reselling that oil to the United States of America at a premium price, which unfortunately affects the petrodollar, and the American dollar starts to devalue. So that's where we are. I just don't see anybody, again, unless and let's fast forward, unless the USA says, you know what, screw that China, and just bombs China.
What do you think? We don't have stupid enough people?
Well, but that's
there's
the thing,
no
though.
shortage there.
When you say that in the leadership and their lack of critical thinking and or just straight up intelligence, where they're more concerned about themselves and what they can gain and profit personally, and for what I mean, and have that attitude and mentality that, hey, guess what? I don't care what country you're from. I don't care what you believe in. We represent America now. We can just grab you by the pussy. So, when we have that, and like what Red Baron is saying here, don't say us, because as Black people, we may not have voted for this. But the thing is, it don't matter who you voted for, whatever country you're in, because just imagine your country is a ship. You vote for Captain Steubing, or you vote for Isaac the bartender to be the captain.
Exciting.
You know what I mean? So Captain Steubing wins, and he drives the ship totally to the right. Guess what? You're still on the ship, even though you didn't vote for this captain. You voted for the other dude. Well, guess what? The other dude, or woman in this case, lost. So you have to ride wherever this captain, crazy Captain Steubing, is steering the ship. So you don't want to be a part of it. You disagree with it. I get that. But we have to accept the fact that no matter how much you dislike it or don't want to be in it, you in it, in our name as a country.
Let me tell you something. Simply put, and we're talking about direct exchange of those kinds of nuclear weapons is possible because the people with all the cards in their hands that can make decisions, there's some absolutely stupid people involved here. And so to just blow that off as crazy, that's being delusional. It's definitely in the ratio here.
Look, stupidity and hubris trump all, right? Like they and I use that anyways.
no
pun intended. I'm just saying, barring stupidity and hubris, I don't see.
You cannot bar that.
Well, no, but there's stupidity, there's hubris, and there's evil, and then there's a combination of all three.
Even hold on. Even then, those things are trumped by self-preservation. Okay, so that's the one thing that I'm going to say trumps all of it. You can be stupid. You can be you can have that bravado. You can be evil. But at the end of the day, you want to survive those encounters.
You want to live to enjoy.
You want to live to tell the damn tale and to reap your reward.
How about this? If you were some kind of megalomaniac, right?
I am.
And you were of the ilk that I just want to control and run everything, right?
Sure.
That's what a megalomaniac is.
I know.
And by there's no means by which you would get off course. You would run over and take over, and you would do anything to anybody to achieve those means.
Mm-hmm.
If you are very short on your time span of the world, and you know it, that becomes it's already a dangerous individual that thinks like that. Number one, that's in power. It's number one, he's already extremely dangerous. Now you know you're not very long for the world, and you don't care. And you willing to absolutely heap total destruction on anything because you're not going to be here anyway. And I'm mad about the fact that I can't be here. And so I'm going to F this. There is totally that frame of thinking involved here. Totally. And hold on, Trip. I mean, kids, don't overlook that fact.
I'm just trying to grasp where you're at. So you're saying, you're saying if a world leader, for instance, was told that he's not going to live for a long time, he's going to
drive the country into
potentially not just the country, though, brother. We're talking about nuclear war here. We're talking about the whole world. He's going to drive the entire world into nuclear holocaust.
Well, I don't think, even if let's say the megalomaniacal, narcissistic, idiot, evil, corrupt leader wanted to do that, even no matter how sycophantic his inner circle was, do you think that they would follow through with those orders, knowing that it was the end of them all? Are they going out with the Kool-Aid like that?
Unfortunately, yes, I do. I actually do think it's like Pete, Big Pete there. Yeah, he would just do what he's told, and you know what I mean. So that part. Breath? Sure, yeah, however you want to pronounce it. Big Pete is a special level of lackey. So I don't see deviation there. Right. I do see again self-preservation trumping all of what we've just discussed here. You're going to want to live to tell the tale. You're going to want to reap what you've sown. You're going to want
to.
What's that?
That is too rational.
No, that's not even rational. That's not even rational. I don't want to kill myself.
I've seen thus far.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to. Just to boil it down, you're offing yourself isn't winning. Everybody wants to win. It doesn't matter what game you're playing. You want to win. If it's Monopoly, friggin'
well, tennis. But I think the point is, like Red Baron is saying, old men want to see their weapons before they check out. If you know you're at the end of your road, boys to men aside, you don't give a shit about the world. You don't give a shit about anything else. Yeah, you want your legacy to live on, so you engloss everything in gold, which is supposed to last forever. But if you're that much of a narcissist, you don't care about anybody else. When your end is the end, as far as you're concerned, the whole world and universe might as well end.
For one, you're giving too much reason to your rationale. And you're thinking as a normal human being. The people that are in power don't think like that.
That's why they're in power.
I don't know about all that. So like,
there's no empathy, there's no sympathy, there's no. I think I want to save something for myself. What you're thinking, that's ridiculous. Actually, as a matter of fact, under the circumstances that we're talking about, that's ridiculous.
I mean, because look at it like this, kids. Here's what we're dealing with to give you a little more insight as to why, they are more than willing to run the ship into the rocks and sink to the bottom of the ocean if they can't have their way. Right now, we are looking at, in this country, spending, like $1 billion or some shit a day on dropping these bombs and disrupting and unaliving these people on the other side of the world, for what we still don't know. But the message being given to us as citizens is like, look, y'all, the government, we need these tax dollars to build these weapons, and we need to increase our military funding. We need to increase our domestic paramilitary force in the name of ICE. We can't afford Social Security. We can't afford health care. We can't afford daycare. We can't afford to support the vulnerable of our populations. And we got to get rid of all these damn brown people, who come in and do our jobs, contribute to our society, pay into the taxes because, certain melatonin less people have been aggrieved, and this is their shit. So we got to clear it all out, and now we are in this crusade around the world, for all these reasons. Now, everybody, well, not everybody, but most people in the chat, on the Nomad Network, on that Kansas Canuck or Sports Chicago style, understand this and do not agree with it because, I'm not a big poll guy, but the majority of the polling is like, WTF are we doing here? Why are we doing this? This is ridiculous. This is uncalled for. But our leadership, the people in power, our pulling the strings, if you will. And speaking of pulling the strings, I tell you this, if we could have elected a better president that would be more in the employ and service of other places like the Ruskies or like those other people over there in the Middle East, you know what I'm saying? And to isolate America from its allies, to do all this strange things with the economy to make everything more for the average taxpayers, to do the tax cuts for the billionaires and the corporations, and to take literal food out of the mouths of the hungry, not only here domestically, but with other programs around the world that would say, hey, there's a problem over here. We got this relationship. Let's work together. No, we're isolating ourselves from all that. And I say we as a country, but the majority of the citizenry does not agree. So there's going to have to be a time where it gets worse before it can get better. And a lot of these things on this list are things that are affecting globally, but domestically, we got our own house to still clean.
I would say this, man, and because all the stuff that we're talking about, the civilian military toll, that's the thing, rerouting of global, we'll get back to that. That's the thing we should talk about. Just real quickly. But before we get out of that, the reason why it starts in the first place, and I don't want anybody to ever forget why this thing started in the first place, because that's the best question in the universe is why. Why does anything happen? And there's a great, strong, pointed out reason why this happened in the first place. And that is create chaos to keep people from talking about the nucleus of the problem in the first place. And that is there's a clan of people that run the world, heavily involved in human trafficking, child actions that need to be covered up, because if that's exposed to the world and the world gets to see what these people really are, that control governments and control, the structure of societies, that control the dollar and every other currency across the world. Not even gonna say every other currency, but at least over here in the Western world. If that's ever shown to the world, people will see who exactly we are, and they'll want to rip us apart. And that is, let me tell you something, the stimulus for all that you see here. Everything that's happening right now is a stimuli. It's a stimuli, and it happened for a reason. People were getting closer to the truth about what the fuck happened to all these kids all over the world and what people did to them. Now, before we get into all that conversation, I'm going to shift it because I don't know where this conversation is going to go. And I don't want to say the wrong stuff, and I don't want nobody else to say it. And so let's just say, don't forget that. But rerouting of global shipping, that is probably the strongest thing outside of the exchange of nuclear weapons that we can talk about today. And to reroute global shipping that has been there for at least, I'm talking about in the regular, let's just say, technological world, been there for about 80 years. About 80 years at least. As it stands, in order for the Western part of the world, where Kedge, me, Triple R, and everybody is, the way I see it, it's going to have to be rerouted. It's going to take at least 10 years to do it. So we're going to struggle for a long time.
Elaborate.
The global shipping and goods that come out of oil in the Strait of Hormuz, where all of it really comes from, most of it, and the countries that really control it and ship it in large quantities. If we don't have a footprint there, which we won't have, Canada may. I think the people in Canada are intelligent enough to know that what we're doing over here in America ain't conducive to what they want to do with the country. I think they will find their way through that channel and y'all will function normally. I don't think the United States will.
I'm gonna speak to this a little bit differently. Yeah, your guy in office fucked up. I don't even know how else to say it other than that. He went out with a vendetta coming in this time around and basically told all his friends to fuck off. Hey, neighbor, fuck you. You know what I mean? He told all his friends to go pound sand, and nobody understood why. Not a single person understood it. Nobody understood. Everybody's scratching their head trying to figure it out. Didn't make any sense. It still don't make no damn sense now. Don't think I'm coming back around to say, here's why he did it and it made sense. It still doesn't make any sense. Unfortunately, what it forced the world to do was go and find other ways around this. So the fact of the matter is this: the United States of America is the largest population on the planet Earth that produces the least. Right. Basically, the GDP at this point, if it's not based on the petrodollar and oil, is based on AI and data centers, which require oil to run. You need oil to power those places. So
wait. Two things. Let me enhance this for you, kids. Just add a little seasoning for you.
Sure.
Two things. Data centers. Those require computers and shit, right?
You got it.
And those require data chips and motherboards, which require hydrogen, which is produced in this region that we're talking about over here that's being shut down. And part of the other componentry is produced only in where? China. So we got to go to them to make our shit run. And then the other part of that is right now, because as a country, we don't produce anything anymore really like that. So being that the economy is basically a big, balloon, a bubble, if you will, based on AI data centers, and those investments come from where? Saudi Arabia, the Qataris, Dubai, all those oil money places that ain't getting the oil money like that no more. So if those investors go or unable to fulfill those quote unquote commitments, what's going to happen to the economy as a whole?
It's not that they're going anywhere, that they're even unable to fulfill those commitments. To start off, it's that the U.S. has turned around and said to those folks, look, because we feel like it, you're going to pay us more. Because we fucking felt like telling you to pay us more, you're going to pay us more. So everybody for the past 9 months has been saying, well, we don't want to pay more. That's just ridiculous. But we do want to do business with a very large population, being the United States population. We want to do business with them. We want to do business with the U.S. dollar because the U.S. dollar is worth more than our currencies, and we make more money in that respect. So yes, there's valid reasons for us to do and trade back and forth, but in the meantime, let's figure things out around. Let's just circumnavigate this situation as best as we can right now, and then they decided to drop a bomb in Iran and they closed the strait, which completely exacerbates this as a general idea, and not only pushes those guys into each other's arms. See what I mean? It's like you punch your lover in the face, and then when you punch your best friend in the face, odds are they're gonna hook up tonight. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna smash. So that's basically what's going on. These countries are now talking, and trades are starting to likely happen and circumnavigate the U.S. What's going to kind of wind up happening is, as opposed to the U.S. sanctioning and imposing tariffs, they're going to be under tariff. Like the U.S. is going to be under, like, and it's not so much that these countries are going to turn around and say, "Hey, look, United States of America, we're tariffing you." It's just simply going to be that the dollar has sunk to a level that you've lost 15% to Canada, or you've lost 20% to the pound, or you've lost 30% to the UN. This is just kind of what's going to happen, because it's going to affect your actual dollar. The actual value of the currency is going to go down because you don't have access to the oil anymore.
And then that also is going to exacerbate number 11 here on the list, global food security concerns. Global, yes, because it's already a thing, as we mentioned, in the Asian countries that don't have the gas, the oil, the resources that they need to keep living their daily lives. But domestically here in the United States, kids, our food is processed, GMOs, all of that bullshit. And so the disruptions along the chain, as the government has given subsidies to farms that used to grow and produce, crops and or livestock. We're importing our beef from, I think, Argentina or someplace, down there. Our vegetables have the GMOs and need the fertilizers and such from this region of the world to grow. So as this crisis is still a thing, yes, global is going to be a concern, but domestically,
well, that's
we don't grow. I mean, Nomad has his garden, in his house, but he's like the only one in the neighborhood that does that, and he wouldn't be able to feed that whole neighborhood from his one garden. But in urban areas and even in rural areas nowadays, they don't farm like that no more. So the domestic food insecurity is going to be a thing I don't think most people are really aware of.
Nobody is.
I gotta say this, man, and man, dog, y'all tearing it up. Y'all tearing it up. But I don't think directly people understand. I can see Scrolls in there. He's getting it.
Well, Red Baron knows what's up.
He's getting it. Now, the rerouting of global shipping, I don't think people understand that takes years and years to infrastructure. When it's destroyed, to rebuild it, number one, it takes currency. And when your currency is not to the status of what it was, you can't go out and get those loans for and bet against your really, really strong economy and get money from anywhere in the world and get people to invest in what you do. That's what currency is in the economic big picture. Getting people to spend their money on what you want to do. That's what it is, period. And no matter what anybody tells you, that's what it is. Everybody is trying to figure out a way to not spend their own money. They're trying to get everybody else to spend their money for you. And so that's how you get fat cats. And if they can turn that investment that somebody made in what you're doing into something that really, really benefits them, and then you were able to benefit off of it as well, you turn into very attractive as an individual country. We are no longer that.
Mm-hmm.
And the quicker you guys understand that, the quicker you will understand why we do this particular segment of the show. We have lost our status
Well,
because of
here's the thing, though,
stupidity
Matt.
and fucking greed.
Well, here's the thing, though, Matt. What everything you say, I totally agree with. But going forward, we can't just, next election, if we have them, elect, let's say,
We ain't talking about voting, man.
well, hold on. Elect a Democratic president and say, okay, we can get back to the status quo. We can get back to normal. We can't do that because of the greed, because of the unbalancedness of the retention of resources by these billionaires. That is a system of capitalism. And so obviously it's been 250 years we've been doing this, whole democracy capitalism experiment. And we see that it's just like the game Monopoly. Eventually you're going to have the haves and the have-nots. And then once you get to be a have-not, you got no chance in hell of being a have. Then it becomes a battle of the haves until who's got the most, where you got all of the rest of the board starving and poor and in squalor. We can't go back to that system. So in order to change all of these warnings, we have to heed it as to how we got here and how to avoid it going forward. So as we come together as domestically as citizens of one country and of the world, we look at the alliances that have been made, and then we look at how, as a country, we've had these alliances since, World War I, World War II, or whatever, 80 years to build. And one administration in 1 year has, burned all those bridges. So going forward, how do we get better? How do we improve? Granted, it's going to get worse before it gets better. But I think, here at the Nomad Network and Kids of Canuck and Sports Chicago Style, we understand the negativity side of things in real life, if you will. But also we like to have a solution or a positive side or a forward-looking aspect to focus on, not only the squalor or the evil that we are, clouded in and shrouded in right now, but once we break out of it, how to make it better so we don't fall back into that same, nonsense.
Man, listen. It's going in a place that makes it uncomfortable for me, and I'll just be clear and obvious on my perspective. It's not that I disagree with you, Trips. You already know what the truth is with me. It's not that I disagree with you. It's just me trying to keep this channel a safe place for people to be able to have conversation, and that's it. And think how they want to think. And I'm not making no excuses for nobody who made the wrong choices when they went to the ballot box. And you a stupid motherfucker if you voted for it. And I'm being honest when I'm on the side with Trips there. You
There's
stupid.
a lot of those.
You stupid. And it's costing us. Flat out. And we're gonna have to get to another something, because if I keep going right now, I'm gonna blow the fuck up right now, because I'm pissed off about it, because it wasn't necessary. It got tribal when it didn't need to get there. And that's just because of foolishness, tribalism, and stupidity.
Well,
got us where we are, Trips. We gotta go.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Do some other stuff, man. And I'm gonna move on, man. We're gonna get into some movies, and I know y'all gonna enjoy this. I know it. Give me a second to get this off the screen. Give me a second. What y'all think about this one?
Oh, nice.
I've never seen this one.
You haven't seen it?
What?
No.
Oh, kid, you tripping.
Yeah, he's tripping for real.
All right, now for those that might be just listening, what up, Smitty Q? Keep your eyes on the road. Keep it at double nickels. But we are looking at the movie poster for The Hateful Eight, starring Samuel L. Jackson, motherfucker, Kurt Russell, Jennifer Jason Leigh, Walton Goggins. I
Kurt
can't
Russell
read.
and Goggins are in this.
Yeah, Tim Roth, Michael Madsen.
Michael Madsen.
Hold on. Let me
Corey
put on my
Bass.
spectacles. Oh yeah,
Hey,
Bruce
hey,
Dern.
Tips, did you know that this was rated as a top 100 by most of the movie rankers in the world? This is top 100.
Yeah, it's got everything that your boy likes in a movie. There's the good versus evil aspect of it. There's the reclamation of I've done bad, but I can do good. There's violence. There's a lot going on there, kids. You got to check it out.
Okay.
I
My understanding is this is a Quentin Tarantino movie, and as such,
Hey, Kez, you holding me? You saw this movie? Fuck that! You saw this?
no, I didn't. There's
Bullshit, dog. I don't believe that, man.
I'm sorry. There's a couple Quentin movies I haven't seen. This is one of them.
I cannot believe
like
that.
Benjamin is saying all-star
this is-
cast, good movie.
Mainly because this is sort of like westerny, but yeah, I haven't seen it yet.
Dog,
Haven't you ever been like in the doom scroll of whatever movie thing you're watching? It's like seen it, don't want to see it, and this has never popped up, and you've never been like, just damn, look at this cast, let me give it a gander.
What's funny is I go through a doom scroll like this on a weekly basis with my cousin. Me and my cousin go through it. I just haven't been in these last few years, man. I haven't been in a mode to sit down for 2+ hours to watch a film. I will watch a television show because they're so much better fleshed out. It's just how I'm wired right now. I can list the films I've watched in the last 5 years, and there's not a lot of them. I haven't really been doing the film thing lately.
Hey, Triple R.
And I used to be a huge movie buff, man.
There's a part of this movie that is probably tickling your fancy, but don't you dare fucking say it. Don't you dare say it. He ain't seen it. Don't you fucking say it.
Yeah, I try not, even though the movie is like 30, 40, 50 years old, I try not to give spoilers away, for those that haven't seen it. But, come on, you see a Samuel L. Jackson, or Kurt Russell, or Tim Roth. I mean, Walton Goggins. People don't know Walton Goggins' name like that. But
What
if
are
you see him,
talking
it's
about?
like,
Yeah,
oh,
they
that
do,
dude,
man.
he's been
Walton
in that.
Goggins is a G, bro.
You know what I mean? But if you say the name, most people be like, who?
You know what I know? You know when I knew Walton Goggins was a G, and this is the weirdest thing I'm going to say. Either one of y'all ever watch, speaking of TV shows, either one of y'all ever watch Sons of Anarchy?
Yeah.
You know who? Do you remember his character from Sons of Anarchy?
Yeah.
Was he the Irish dude?
No.
Who was he?
Wait,
No,
Walton Goggins?
Walton Goggins. Who was he in Sons of Anarchy? Do you remember?
No, I don't.
No. So in Sons of Anarchy, he played the
Hold on, before you tell me, kids, let me make sure we're talking about the same guy. Walter Goggins is the crazy Southern. Yeah, well, you haven't seen the movie, so you don't know.
I know. Well, without seeing the movie, I'm well aware of who Walton Goggins is.
I think I know who Walter Goggins is. I'm trying to be clear about who he is before we talk.
So Walton Goggins is one of the headliners in the TV show Fallout, which is
okay. We talking about the same guy.
I know we are, which has been smashing it up all over the place. Walton Goggins was in Principles with some people. It's a funny show. He's been in a bunch of things, but where he jumped out to me was in this role in Sons of Anarchy. And in Sons of Anarchy, he played a
Justified.
He was in Justified as well. He played a trans man.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I forgot about that.
I didn't, because I'm not because he played the role so well. I didn't forget about it. He played the role so well, the role of this trans person, that I was like, wow, like this is a really powerful, because there's a point in the show where like this trans person gets beat up, and their significant other sort of comes and saves this person, and like it just the way that it sort of happens, he rolls with it, and you know, he emotes about it, and it's very interesting to sort of see how, you know, this works in this weird world, and you know, this biker world, and just his the way that he embraced this particular character threw me for a loop, and I was like, wow, this guy's actually a really good actor. Let's see what he does in the future. And everything he's touched so far has been like solid gold, y'all.
Dog,
Everything. And
I can-
if you hear he's in something, go watch it.
well, stop that, Trips. Stop.
Oh, okay.
Stop that.
Trying to show who he was.
I know who you. We'll get to that right when we get through talking about this, because kids ain't never seen it.
Mm-hmm.
We'll do that, because there might be a couple people here that don't know who Walter Goggins was. I was unsure about him, but wow,
Gemstones, vice principal. I said principals, vice principals.
Yeah, this movie is so. I kind of hated it, but I loved it at the same time. I hated it, but I loved it because the actors, the role players, Quentin Tarantino really constructs his movies around the character actors. I mean, in a way that not very many people really emphasize, because they're, you know, people that handle budgets and trying to listen to the movie studio and say, hey, you got to get this out of there, you got to get that out of there. Somehow Quentin Tarantino finds very powerful actors that can really bring a character to life. I mean, to life in a way that you don't like it. And there's several characters in here that makes you want to stomp their face to death.
Michael Madsen.
Yeah, it's. I mean, don't say much more than that. Trip down.
No, but just generally his roles, you know, are those characters that, you know, he's he's not a good guy.
He's almost always the redemption.
I think the best and worst role here was the female, and you know, she was absolutely evil.
Jennifer Jason Leigh.
Absolute evil. I forget what is her name.
Jennifer Jason Leigh.
Yeah, it's that's her real name, but I'm talking about her role in this movie.
Yeah.
If you don't see this movie, I'm gonna beat the shit out of you, man.
I wasn't below.
I definitely should. I definitely
tomorrow, bro. You better see this.
I definitely should watch this one. It's one of the.
Are you familiar with Jennifer Jason Leigh?
I am.
Because it wasn't Blow.
Westworld?
No, but a different one where she was an undercover cop and got strung out on the drugs.
Oh, what's that now?
With the cold ass blues soundtrack.
Oh, you got me.
Jason Patrick, I think, was the.
Yeah, I know exactly what movie you're talking about, but I don't. I can't remember the name.
Yeah, it'll come to me. But yeah, she's a good actress, and she does that edgy stuff well as well.
Right.
Trip, straight me out.
I don't know if y'all watch Westworld. She was badass in Westworld.
Trip, straight me out if you think I got this wrong, but I think this movie is setting around the 1700s, somewhere in there. There's still horse and buggy going.
Yeah,
on.
you're Old West.
Yeah, and the realistic the scenage of it all, in a place where you're going from place to place, and you're just hoping to find some kind of, I guess, civilization in between these places, because it was so sparingly. And you find a place that, like, hey, it's a blizzard going on out here, and I need to get out of this cold and get my animals, my horses taken care of. It all sets around that scene. And everything that comes out of it, there's racism, there's reality, there's policing, there's bounty hunter, there's guns, there's all kinds of crazy stuff that you would expect out of any Quentin Tarantino movie. But man, the way it's strung together is absolutely powerful. It's graphic, it's all get out, bro. It's graphic in a
Yeah,
way
it is.
like Quentin Tarantino can only be.
Yeah, it is.
I can only imagine. Like I said, I think I've watched everything else he's ever done. This might be the one I haven't seen, but I think there's one more that I haven't seen as well. I'm just not sure what it is.
Well, but like speaking of the all-star cast, to clean up Jennifer Jason Leigh, her discography includes Backdraft, Weeds. The movie I was talking about, kids, is Rush.
Rush, yeah.
Is the name of it. She was in Twin Peaks, Miami Blues, In the Cut, White Boy Rick, Easy Money, Amityville Horror. I mean, she has a long, distinguished list of roles.
She's a good actress.
She played a role, she had a French name in it. Dominique Leroux, something.
Let's see, Fargo, Hunters, the Machinist, Annihilators, LBJ, Dolores Claiborne, Crime 101, Fast Times at Ridgemont High, classic. Single White Female.
Yep.
Existence, Night Always Comes, The Hitcher, Something Very Bad, Good Time, Flesh and Blood, The Hut Sucker, Buried Alive, Road to Perdition, Anomaly, Miami Blues. I don't see anything like specifically French naming. Margot.
That could be French.
Yeah, Margot at the wedding. Maybe you ate some ribs or something with the little missus, and y'all watch a little something. But yeah, she's good. She mixes well with this cast because as an actress, she can hold her own. Like Bud Bundy with no date.
Kids, it is so powerful. The roles that everybody you see on the screen here, whether you can, kind of picture who they are or not, the roles that they played, there's a guy that played
well, she's not
older guy that played a little bit more subtle role in the movie, but very powerful at the same time. Oh God, dog, if you don't see, it's like, dog, you better see this movie. I've watched it twice. And I'm not one of them people that watches too many things too many times, but the next movie we'll get to, I watched several times because I love that movie for a couple different reasons. But this is man, it makes you want to, oh God, dog. It shows you how awful people were that were what you call establishing what this country is now, how evil they were, how fucking absolutely evil they were.
Because Tim Roth is always a son of a bitch.
Absolute evil. And I think all the stuff we just got through talking about previously,
here we are
in the situation where we are, is because of the evil.
Plant evil seeds, get evil trees.
In order to see people in the way that people were seen in this script, and the behavior of the people in that script, I mean, there's no, man, this is just as graphic and raw as you can get. Can't see a movie more graphic and raw than this.
Because it has that avenging angel aspect of it, as Quentin Tarantino tends to do.
You better watch this shit.
No, I'll definitely do it.
Let me know when you do, so we can circle back to it.
All right, I confused Jennifer Jason Leigh with Evan Rachel Wood. I think it's the three names with a boy's name in the middle. That kind of threw things off for me, but yeah, okay. This is definitely on the list. I'll have to watch this one.
It's gonna make you want to hurt somebody, but it's gonna make you tip your hat to Quentin Tarantino at the same time.
And then you can figure out what original movie he got this idea from.
Hey, you know what? Hey, Trips,
I'm glad you said that.
I'm gonna get a little controversial here before we move off of this. I don't think there's no way in Hades a black man would have been able to get away with having this script turned into a motion picture. No way. None. It had to be a way.
Spike Lee
You mean this one or any script?
This script.
Ah, okay.
No way. You're gonna show white people looking like what? No, black man, you can't do that. No. No way this would have turned into a major motion picture with a black man writing this script. No way.
All right, now I have to watch it, and that's fine.
That's why you need to watch it.
That's fine. Quentin's a bit of an asshole, and sometimes I love that. So there's that.
Love that about you.
Yeah.
All right. Let's finish this thing on a little bit lighter note. I know we didn't do the UFO UAP stuff, and there was a reason, because this is so much going on in the world. I think that raises to higher priority level. Then, if something comes up, and I do got some stuff to talk about soon, like next week, but we have to go by way of what the current events are telling us to do. But this next one, I'm pretty sure at least two of us seen this movie, but we'll see. Anybody seen this movie?
Oh yeah, Marky Mark. He starred in that with
sure no.
With my man from George Clooney, The Perfect Storm, where they were fishermen out there in Gloucester, out there in Northeast, out New Hampshire way, New England and such, and they went out fishing. I think on the Outer Banks or the Northern Banks or somebody's banks, not Tyra Banks with her fine self. But, they had to deal with a storm and non-hilarity ensued.
So I don't know if I've ever brought this up on the show, but I kind of have like a thing where I hate Boston.
Beantown is not a friend of yours?
You hate Boston?
Yeah, I outside of
by Harvard Yard.
Outside of New Edition, I'm not a fan.
Cool it now.
You know what I'm saying? The New Edition gets a pass for the whole Boston thing, but outside of New Edition and Larry Bird, I'll throw Larry Bird in there because he's grown on me over the years. But as a kid, it was like
funky
a no.
White boy.
You know what I'm saying? It was a no as a kid, but now I gotta respect the guy. You gotta respect the game.
You don't like Boston baked beans?
I don't like anything from Boston except for those two things I just mentioned.
Oh, damn.
And Matt Damon also gets a pass.
But not Ben Affleck.
No, hate him. Can't stand him.
Damn.
Can't stand Marky Mark. Hate Marky Mark. And
I don't like
his
him
brother and the New Kids. Can't stand Boston. Sorry. For all the Boston people out there, folks with family in Boston hate me.
They are some assholes, man.
But I'm not a fan of anything that has to do with Boston. And this is a Marky Mark film. So I think I've watched one Marky Mark film in the last like 12 to 15 years, and it was the comedy with Will Ferrell, because I love Will Ferrell. And it was like
they were cops.
Yeah, I was at odds with myself. You know what I mean? I was like, can I stand to watch?
Will Ferrell's so corny, but he's that funny corny.
You know, he made it so that I could stand looking at Marky Mark's face, and it was okay. It was an all right movie, but that's it.
Well, but in this Perfect Storm film, was it Mark Wahlberg? Flexes his dramatic acting chops. Where he gets that. Wait, hold on. Let me get it for you. Where he gets that.
Oh,
that pained concern.
Say hello to your mother for me.
You know what I'm saying? So he has range. And this movie, shows that range with the interpersonals. And then not only does it have George Clooney in it, but it's got what's my man that's been in everything?
John C. Reilly.
Yeah, well, no, not him. Yeah, him too, but the other guy.
The
The
other
blonde
guy?
hair guy.
The blonde hair.
The one
Yeah,
that got
he's
knocked
been
off
in a lot of movies. Once you see his face, you'll be like, "Oh, that dude."
Like if it's the guy that I think you're talking about,
He's
I'm
dead now. He's dead now.
Wait, he is
Yeah.
I
the
don't.
blonde dude.
I don't think.
I'm
People,
talking about William Fitchner.
Yeah, I knew who you're
no,
talking
no,
about.
no, no. You talking about another dude? I know you're talking about. But let me set the story up, man.
Yeah, go ahead.
This story is. I relate to it for a different reason. We'll get to that a little bit later, but this is set out of.
This guy was in Prison Break. He was a bad motherfucking prison.
It tells the story of greed
Yeah, him.
in the fishery market, and it talks about basically, next time you think about going to any kind of restaurant to go order the highest level of crab, lobster, and shrimp that they have on the market, there's a market pool to bring those products in, and people will pay all this money to, oh, I got me a snow shell crab, or I got me I got me a that, and I paid this much money for ridiculous prices for what they go out and risk their lives for, and for no good reason. The fisheries are absolutely being drained out there quietly that people don't want to talk about publicly. The fisheries are being drained out there. They should not be draining this amount of resources from the ocean, but they are. And because nobody will legislate anything to really, really halt that shit, it's going to pay a toll. I'm
And
talking
so
about
what that toll is Alan Payne is also in this. So
Yeah.
these fishermen, in order to make their nut, and get the haul, you got to go further and further and further out to find the spawning beds for the fish. And so that's how they ended up, in this North Sea, Barents Sea, wherever the sea they were. And, out there, Mother Nature, don't be messing around with the storms. And it just happened to be that, meteorological perfect storm to where, this storm front collided with this storm front and this other storm front, and they made a baby of the perfect storm. So, having to go out to those more dangerous waters to try to, find the fish to, feed and sell and all that stuff puts humans in more precarious situations, just to try and make that, that rent payment or, that payment. So, that's kind of the premise also with this
the amount of pressure that they put on themselves. They call it the perfect storm for a reason. There were two storms looking to merge into one big superstorm, and they knew it. I'm talking about the people aboard this ship.
Roll the dice, baby.
I can't remember what the ship is called, but they had a choice. And I think this captain was dead set on he didn't give a shit. He was just going to go through it because he felt like he had seen enough storms in his career to say that we can get through this. Yep. And he asked the crew. And because for whatever reasons, personally, they wanted to make sure that they got the bounty from this catch. Yeah. Everybody got bills, but I ain't trying to die for this shit.
Well, but they I mean, if you look, when you watch the movie, kids, and everybody who hasn't seen it, you'll see that, the squeeze was worth the juice. It's like, yeah, because it wasn't like a surprise, because the captain is like, hey, I'm a good captain, I got a good vessel, and you all are a good goddamn crew. And each one of the crew members, did their own introspection as to why they were on the boat out there in the first place, because they already knew that it's like, we got a nut to make that we got no other way to make it. So, it's like, all right, YOLO, let's go out here and get these fish and get this money and get home, but hey, Mother Nature had different plans.
I can tell you guys something that's so my girlfriend, me and her met, and we kind of bonded over two shows. I had never seen what's the show with Alan Cranston in The Big Show? What's the big show that he got all those?
You're probably talking about Breaking Bad.
Breaking Bad. I had never seen Breaking Bad. Remember I told y'all that story. Remember I told that story about shit got tight for me, man. Recession happened, and I couldn't pay my bills, man. I ain't have no cable. My cable got turned off. And it was only about maybe a week when I didn't have cable, maybe a week, but I met my girlfriend in that time span. And all I can get was I knew how to give myself basic cable because I was a cable guy. I knew how to give myself basic cable so I
I
can
had
watch.
climb up on that pole.
Yeah, I ain't had to climb no pole. This one was on the ground.
Oh,
You,
nice.
you had to kind of pirate some shit.
Well,
You got to do. And you know, I'm watching all this. I never seen an episode of Seinfeld. I never seen Breaking Bad.
Oh Lord.
So she met me during that time. So that came on. And before I had my cable turned off, I was a fan of this show called Deadliest Catch.
Mm.
And for a couple different reasons we'll get to at the end again. But she bonded with me over those two shows. She had never really paid attention to Breaking Bad. Neither had I. But we had a marathon. The whole season just finished. And they were playing the entire season right before they played the finale. And we just so happened to be out of cable and lucky enough to see the whole entire franchise of Breaking Bad. And we made chips and dips. We cooked food. We set it up, and it's like my living room looked like a tent or something. We set that thing up to where it was very personal. We just that's how we got together. But this is basically Deadliest Catch come to film.
Yeah.
That's what this is.
Yeah, and for those that don't know, Deadliest Catch is about the Alaskan, crab fishermen and the competition and all the the storms and the interpersonal politics and the boat competitions. Quote unquote reality show about actual fishermen, not actors, but actual fishermen out there doing this whole thing. And yeah, the perfect storm is like that, but they out on the ocean, out there all by they lonesome, and I forget what they were actually fishing for.
Crab.
Okay. So yeah, putting those pots in and out, that's work out there. And then it's not like you can say, all right, I want the boat to stop moving, because you're on the goddamn water. And if you ain't got no sea legs, you got a problem. And then you have the actual physical work of putting the pots in and out, and then the boat moving and the storm coming, and you've been working 18 19 hours a day, and that this is a hardcore living. So to put themselves in that precarious situation where their lives were at risk, it's just kind of part of the game. Because, not to spoiler alert or anything, but there's a watering hole in the town, let's say, where they have a wall or remembrances of boats that didn't come back. You know what I mean? So that is kind of part of the crabman, the lobsterman, the fisherman game. Because sometimes the boats go down. So it's not a new thing. But to be in that situation and how the Coast Guard is out there and their emergency response and their capabilities, it kind of throws all that into the action aspect of it. But yeah, this is pretty good. Good flick.
I would say this, Triple R, and thank you for that, bro. Thank you for that, because that's a good. I love the way you put that together. You talking about, man, you talking about running into the danger. This is how I really relate to it. And I would challenge everybody that's hearing my voice right now, just go look this up. When I say I was part of an emergency response team, a company. An emergency response means just what it sounds like. You have to run to the danger. While everybody else is like, oh shit, let's get away from that. These teams I was part of a team that had to run to the danger. And maybe it wasn't out on the ocean, which is dangerous as it is. That's really, really dangerous. But ours is on land, and you have to prepare for all of anything that can happen in a ratio. Prepare for it. And so that's where my preparedness came from with doomsday survival, is learning what to prepare for. I learned how to do a lot of things. I suggest that anybody that wants to know what I've been through and how I relate to some of this stuff here is go look up emergency response companies and see the amount of different things they have to respond to. Like an EMS goes to, your house, if your house got on fire and somebody might be inside there, or some EMS does a lot now. Don't get me wrong, I'm not minimizing them. No, we go to like national disasters, regional disasters, and of all kinds too. There's no limit to where we won't be called to. And so I recognize the amount of danger that in the perfect storm can bring to the table. And so getting in suits and how they had to get on board to deal with the cold and the water and the wind and the wet, I had to do that in suits too. I had to do that in suits too. I had to suit up and boot up for all kinds of different emergencies that could bring you home in a body bag, bro. I had to do that at a time where I needed to, like these guys, make that money and go pay some bills. I, at a greener part of my life, chose to do that. And now looking back on it, if I wasn't so green in about life, I'd have never done that. But then again, you would never get the nomads you get now. Knowledgeable about this stuff and knowing what to do, tell you what to do in a hazmat situation, what not to do in a hazmat situation, what to do in an emergency situation, what not to do in an emergency situation. It comes from experience. I'm telling you guys, this movie touched me in a certain way because I know the urgency, but I also know what putting yourself in front of can do. You know what I mean? So this movie touched me in a very specific way, knowing that you can go out there one time and not come home.
All it takes is one time.
One freaking time. And I was the person that brought me into it, let me know that right from the gate. And I appreciate that to this day. He is like, you can absolutely die in any one of our assignments. Are you still willing to take this job? It's going to be dirty. It's going to be ugly. It's going to be nasty. It's going to be cold. It's going to be wet. It's going to be all that. And I said, you know what? I ain't scared. And I went into that. And it was foolish, man. I'm just going to be quite honest with you.
Well, there's that. But then I remember a quote from, I can see his face, but another famous character actor in the movie Heat, where they were explaining the dangers of doing the job, and he was like, yeah, the money's nice and all, but I get off on the excitement, basically, to paraphrase. And there are personality types that are drawn to these adrenaline life and death, living on the razor's edge, precarious jobs, because they for lack of a better term, they get off on that, on that YOLO, rush from their jobs. So, that makes them kind of good at it, because while people are running away, some people are running toward it to help, and some people are running toward it to help and have fun.
Also, Trip, what I learned in that process, you are dead ass right. There are some people that don't have the normal human caution,
no fear.
Now, and that's not normal. That is so abnormal. It ain't even funny. It is people who don't experience the range of emotions that everybody else has. Mm-hmm. So the emotions are not really there. it's just okay. I don't feel a whole lot of anything, and I need something to feel some kind of something,
To
and
feel.
this gives me that. And so, as a matter of fact, there's a I don't even know what they. I think they call it a sport called parkour. You
Mhm,
know, people just run and jump over
mhm.
buildings, flipping over buildings, to absolutely no regard to their peril, their own peril, and just do it. But back to what we were talking about, I ran into those people, Triple R, and many of them. It's just like, dog, you are. It's just like, dog, I'll do this. And I'm just like, many jobs that I turned down,
Some people are just built different.
they just ain't right.
Man, I got a frat brother who his job is to do some kind of maintenance on high transformer wires, like out in the middle of nowhere, up way up on those poles. He works on those things. So physically, he has to, climb up the freaking poles, be strapped in and do work on electrical, high tension wires and shit.
I know
And
somebody
it's like
I don't want
there's so many different ways things could go sideways with that profession, but he's been doing it for years.
you
And
talking about a
and it's
bucket
like
truck.
I'm not no, thank you.
You talking about a bucket truck rider. And I met somebody and when I was living in Columbus, Ohio, that was a traveling electrician. He was I forget what they call him in particular, but he's the guy when your storm comes through your town and tears up everything infrastructure wise as far as electricity and power, and you need to restore power. And they got to have people that come in trucks from all over the country to help you get back and running and get back on the grid. These guys come from all over the effing country. I know a guy that got fried on one of those on the bucket.
See? See? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it's and it wasn't his fault. He was there supporting the guy that was actually putting hands to, connection. He was getting fried, but he just so happened to be too close to the guy that was getting fried.
Nah, it's a chain gang. But that the dark humor of a job like that, as well as other industries and professions that are as or more dangerous, is would you rather fall off the pole or get zapped? And it's like probably zapped because it's faster. Probably the fall because it's like enjoy the on the way down.
Oh,
And so you have to have that kind of mentality to do the job while respecting the dangers.
all right, man. You know what? I can go on to another hour-long conversation about this because the shit I know. But man, Perfect Storm definitely touched me in a way that's deep, and I enjoy it every freaking time I see it. Not only because of what I went through, but I do enjoy the scenery, the setup, I mean that bar and the camaraderie of the people around there. I enjoy that. That draws me into it because I just enjoy that atmosphere.
Local watering hole. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I enjoy that kind of stuff. And it's just a all around great movie to me. And no matter, I always see it on TNT. If I turn on TNT for whatever reason and that show is on there, that movie is on there, I'm gonna take part of my day and I'm gonna watch it, commercials and all.
Yeah.
I'm gonna watch it because I just something about my experiences, my personality, and who I am internally is drawn to that same way you might be drawn to some other movie, man. But this is one of those ones for
John
me.
Wick.
John Wick, I enjoy that too, man. I enjoy that too. I haven't seen but one or two of them, but I enjoy it.
Oh. Ooh. Well, you got some treats ahead of you.
All right, I will get to it, man. But so for the sake of time, man, we got to be real quick because we trying to stay in the hour time frame, bro. I mean, in the 5 hour time frame, so I can get some shorts out of this. But if y'all got something to say particularly that you want to be
Oh
quick,
yeah. Real quick before you go, kids.
trips.
Huh?
If you want something to be said and put on the shirt, say clip this.
No, not necessarily, not for this. But just to clean up what we were talking about earlier, can you? There you go. Walton Goggins, Sons of Anarchy. He's the one in the leather dress.
I don't even remember that, but that's what they call punking people in Hollywood.
Well, but you remember what is his name? Tig over here to the right, and then he was I think the Irish dude. No, he wasn't the Irish dude. But then this guy, I mean, and the dude with the tattooed head. I mean, so these were the sons, you know, the main dudes. So this Walter, this character, you know, this cross dresser or whatever, you know, he was a badass to be in that environment. So his acting skills from comedy to, you know, being that kind of badass that kid spoke of, you know, that's an example of it right there. All right, go ahead. I just wanted to clean that up.
With his punk ass. Now let's close this show out. Trips, you got any pleasantries you want to give out before you go?
Just a shout out to all the everybody who joined us in the chat on all three of the networks, the Nomad Network, Kids of Canuck, and Sports Chicago Style, also known as Triple R SCS. Big up to everybody for hanging out with us and bearing with us on our various geopolitical viewpoints and allowing us the opportunity to not ruffle feathers or take sides, but just give our viewpoint from a very honest, you know, place without disparaging others. And we try to do that here, even though we may have differences of opinion with each other and or society or population in general. You know, we can all agree on one thing, FGB. But other than that, you know, our differences will vary. And so when we have the, you know, Wednesday night, some extra sauce conversations on the different various subject matters, you know, some may be interesting to you and or us or not. But the things that actually affect us all, we need to be able to come together and have a discussion about, even though we may be coming from different viewpoints or wherever different zip codes or countries. But the thing that is universal about us all is we all live on the same damn planet, you know, except for those that are shooting off into space right now. But, you know, we have to figure out whether the differences be colors or genders or religions or whatever irrelevant stuff. We have to realize we have to survive as humans. And so that means, you know, not hoarding or wasting the resources that we have on the planet, because it's where we all live. So as a community, you know, we're mostly Bears fans here, but we're also human beings. So a big up to all of y'all for joining in and participating in the conversation. And remember that draft night and weekend starting in a few weeks. Make sure you are here with us live, and also on Sunday nights as we continue to build toward the draft. We look forward to more audience participation, if you will, but you're not an audience, you're family, y'all. Stop fucking around. On doing the mock drafts, if you want to do it, shoot an email to Nomad or come in Sunday night early and be like, yo, I want to be the GM, and then we'll take it from there. So yeah, big up, y'all. Go ahead, kids.
First of all, you should have said clip this before you start talking.
Oh, well, everything I say is like a gym. So
I'm trying to get that into your muscle memory, man. So,
it's hard saying.
But keep on going, kids. What you think?
You know, big ups to How We Are Bears, the Scrolls, Nudge, True Pilgrim, Real Factor. Who else is out there tonight?
Benjamin.
Yeah,
True Pilgrim,
Anthony Wilson,
Mish came through,
Daniel Barris, Sports Highlight, and BT9, and Mark Wallace. Big ups to all you guys, man. The list is much longer than that, but Cyrus McDougal and Robert Mecha Man Robertson. Big up to Missy, big up to Missy, and big up to Ron Winarski and WG and AC Adam. All right, that's enough. Shout out to all you guys. Thanks for spending your Wednesday with us. We always would love to have you here. Thank you for being here and putting up with our commentary on the world at large, as well as the Bears' present case scenario, which is really just draft love. There was a little bit of there was some words from Ben Johnson that we didn't get into very much this week, but I don't, like I said, I think things are somewhat status quo in Bearsville and will be up until the draft. So we'll focus our energies on that. And, we'll have much more for you once we actually sort of get through this portion of the off-season process. Outside of that, food, drink, we went around the horn and really shared our opinions on some of the shit that's going on in the world right now. And I think that's needed. And I think we're going to continue down that road for the next little while because it's poignant, it's important, and we're all dealing with it and feeling it. That being said, bear the F down, y'all, and keep doing so. And FGB, mad love to the Nomad Network. Give us a like, share, subscribe. Do the same thing at Sports Chicago Style, and one more again at Keza Canuck. Leave us a comment. We will respond. And shout out to Notch for being the big comment guy. I always appreciate chopping it up with my guy Notch. In any event, it's Wednesday, man. See y'all Sunday.
Hey man, let me tell you guys something. Hit that damn subscribe button, please. You won't get better coverage of football, sports, and all the other things that we cover here on this channel better than what we did tonight and what we do every Wednesday night on this channel. So make sure you hit the subscribe button on all three channels: Keza Canuck, Sports Chicago Style, and of course here where you're viewing this show from. Man, let me tell you something. I am so on point and focused on what's going on currently. Now, I know that we talk hella Bears talk here, and we didn't get to all of like what Kids was talking about, some of the stuff that was being discussed at the owners meeting today, and it was a lot of commentary that came out of here, and I apologize for that because we probably should have. Because I know there's so much to talk about with the other stuff that we have going on in the world, I knew that once we went down that road, we was going to take some time away from it. And we took quite a bit of time talking about the Bears tonight. And I hope you guys enjoyed those breakdowns that we did. But that's about as good as we could have done under the circumstances. And once we got to the part that was real powerful, and that's where we are in the world geopolitically, man. And I really don't want to talk about politics here. Me personally, that's just where I am because it brings a certain ire out of me particularly. I'm just going to talk about myself and what I know I could say that can really drive divisions, man, because it pisses me off, to be quite frank with you. We don't have to be here. We don't. But, there's decisions that are being made, in the big picture and in the small picture. People are making decisions that have put us here. And for wherever it goes, this is what we've brought upon ourselves. We have choices we've made, man. And so I'll say that and say this at the same time. We had more to talk about as far as things that we can do to prepare for what we know as an eventuality. We know that these things are going to happen, and we're going to have to prepare for some stuff. We have some stuff to talk about. I underestimated how strong the thoughts were going to be based on the points we brought out and the warning signs. That turned into a conversation that I didn't know was going to go as deep as it was, but credit to these two guys that's rolling with me, my boys. They dug in there. And that made me omit some parts of the show that I wanted to get to, but we'll get to them. We'll get everybody right as far as preparation goes. And that's all it was going a little bit backwards and making sure you guys get some things together to look forward to the future so you guys can get right with your home, your families, and everything can be right around you as best you can. But all I can say to that is spend less, spend as little as possible, keep some money, keep some cash at hand. I'm talking about at home, anywhere between $300 to $500. Keep that in the house. Keep access to it. You know, it may come a time where you might not have access to your bank or your bank account, and so that's a whole other realm of conversation we need to have. Keep $300 to $500 cash money around somewhere, so that you can, if nothing else, if you don't have anything to barter, you have cash. So long as it's worth something, you got that, and it's just an asset to have. You know, it's just something that I encourage everybody to do. But man, dog, we are in a tight spot here in North America. That includes the Canuck down there. Man, we gotta start making some decisions, very, very small decisions, and accumulating a few things. And that's what the point of doing this part of the show was about today. We will get to it next week. I promise you that. I just want to thank everybody for being here and being part of the conversation, being part of everything we do over here on the Nomad Network and Sports Chicago Style and Kids of Canuck. Thank you all. But I want to leave you guys with these famous words: love, peace, and hair grease, y'all.